Nitsa. Now back to your streaming radio.
Why does it feel like nobody really gives us the inside scoop? Join us on The Powers That Be, the podcast where insiders from Puck break down who has influence, how they use it, and what it actually means for you. New episodes every weekday. Listen to The Powers That Be wherever you get your podcasts.
Let me tell you something. When you sign up for your insurance policy, for some brokers, that's the finish line. Handshake, commission, done. And then you may or may not hear from them again until it is time for renewal. Your business runs all year, and so do the gaps and the risk. That's why I'm introducing SuperSure. If your company has more than 25 employees, whether you're the owner, CFO, or HR manager, it could be too complex just to buy a policy online. SuperSure is the super agency built for you, licensed in every state for your business insurance and employee benefits, all with year-round support for you and your team. At supersure.com, you can access tools like Fine Print Facts, which translates your current policy into plain English, so you see what's covered and what's not. Plus, a business value calculator, so you can estimate what your business is worth, so you know what actually needs protecting. Go to supersure.com. One super agency, one powerful platform, all your policies in one place. Go to supersure.com. That's supersure.com.
Paid for by Supersure Insurance Agency, LLC, a licensed insurance agency.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Ask yourself this question. Is it really worth holding on to that timeshare that you know you need to get rid of? Here's the truth. The average maintenance fee just went up over 17%. That could have been 117%, and there's nothing you can do about it. When you buy a timeshare, you give them a blank check for annual maintenance and assessment fees. I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. For 15 years, I've helped over 50,000 families cancel their timeshare. Not sell it, not transfer it, cancel it. Did you buy a timeshare because they told you it was a great investment and your maintenance fees would never go up? That's a lie. Are you ready to get rid of your timeshare once and for all? Simply call us and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit that explains all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your timeshare exit kit. 800-619-3377. That's 800-619-3377. 800-619-3377.
From the Catches Law Injury Attorney Studios. Every game, all season, no subscription needed. The Sox play here. 93.7 WEEI-FM and HD1, Lawrence, Boston, and Odyssey Sports Station. Now, here's what's in our feed.
LeBron James is a dummy and won't pick a stupid team even though we all know he's going to Cleveland. It's Colossal Lobster Roll season at the 99. Choose hot, buttered, or traditional, both built to hilt with tender North Atlantic lobster served with fries and coleslaw. You gotta love the nines, and that's what's in our feed at WEEI and WEEI.com. Now back to the best show on the radio, Rich, Ken, and Ted.
This is Rich and Ken with Ted Johnson on WEEI.
It is 93.7 WEEI. Rich certainly, Ken Laird, Ted Johnson. Real quick, Stiz, I'm going to pull you in here because I had a couple people ask me about the thing we were talking about the other day. It's weird. We were invited, or Stiz and I were invited to go to this thing that I really had no idea what the hell it was. It was at this playhouse, the Emerson Colonial. And it was Paranormal Activity, the play, and which we all know what that movie was. It's the one that was like a found footage one where they hid all the cameras in the house. It was a pretty good movie. It was scary as hell.
OG of the genre.
It's an OG. That's right. It's like there's been like 7 of them since then, but the first one was great. I haven't seen the rest of them. And we went to go see it, and it's awesome. What it is it's basically a horror movie done on stage with the best special effects that you've seen. I didn't even know they could do the type of things that they did in this thing. It's like half a play, half a horror movie, and all haunted house. Like you feel like you're in a haunted house when you see this. It's loud. When I say the special effects are terrifying, they are terrifying. It's truly one of the best date nights you can go on. And I had no idea this thing was even happening, but I had a couple people ask me about it. I heard us talking about it. It's Paranormal Activity, the show, at the Emerson Colonial.
I implore you, if you are a horror fan out there, you have to go see this. I mean, I went in there with no expectations because I was really like, a horror movie play? I was like, I don't know, but they were kind enough to invite us, and I just was overwhelmed by how much I loved this. It was an experience unlike anything I've ever had as a horror fan. And like you said, Rich, it's a horror movie performed right in front of your face. And some of the effects and the gags and the scares will have, I mean, the whole audience, remember, is gasping. I mean, they leave you on the edge of your seat.
Yeah, as I said, I audibly swore at one point. Like I yelled S. Like I went, oh, blank. Like I said that actually out loud because stuff just comes out of nowhere. Like there's jump scares, but it's legitimately some of the coolest special effects. And I didn't know you could do that. I really had no idea you could do that stuff.
No, it left me scratching my head. Like, how did they do that?
Yeah, so it's also like, I guess, part magic show, I guess, because there's things that are just, I'm still to this day can't figure out how they pulled off some of the stuff they did. But it's badass. It's absolutely badass. I've never seen anything like it before. And I'm not getting paid to say this. I just literally, a couple people asked me, Paranormal Activity, the show.
Yeah, it's only here for another couple of weeks. So please, if you're listening and you're a horror fan, like Rich said, great night to go on.
Yeah, it's badass. All right, what do you say we launch some Take Grenades, shall we?
Incoming!
Oh, yes. You've been leaving your messages over there on the Odyssey app by pressing the microphone, launching your Take Grenade, and we play them right here. Brought to you by Milligan and Higgins, OUI and criminal defense attorneys. Go to milliganandhiggins.com for a free consultation. Let's rip through a couple of these, shall we? Let's go to the first one.
This narrative about the WWE being lower than Tom Brady is just so rude and dismissive. I mean, celebrities join WWE all the time. You think Tom Brady is better than, I don't know, Dennis Rodman, Mr. T, Cyndi Lauper, Donald Trump in RoboCop? You really think Tom Brady is better than RoboCop? Get out of here.
I told you today. Yesterday I said, oh man, he needs a friend to tell him no. Tom Brady's never had anyone tell him no. And last night I just completely went 180 on my take. I went, no, I want to see this.
Rich is being selfish. He selfishly wants all the cringe that is going to come out of this.
First of all, I hate that word. It's not cringe, it's life. We've never seen anything like this before. It is the greatest of all time doing something that is so unbelievably beneath him. And I said, it's Dame Judi Dench becoming a Hooters waitress. It is Meryl Streep joining the cast of Love Island, as one of my friends said. It's LeBron James quitting basketball to become a mall Santa. Tom Brady, and he's so bad at it too. Like he's like this fake middle finger stuff to Jake Paul or Logan Paul. And they're like, he actually called him a dork. You're a dork. And that's supposed to get him all pissed off and angry. It's, as I said, I've got friends who are in wrestling who would say it's bad kayfabe, which means that they're not good at making you believe that this story is real.
He's not good at selling. And WWE has been doing this, like that caller taker is right. They've been relying on celebrities for a long time, but sometimes it just doesn't work out. Some are better than others. Like actually Trump wasn't that bad back in the day when he would run out and do, I think he took a stunner from Stone Cold Steve Austin, the president of the United States. Jelly Roll is another one. It's some are better than others.
Tom Brady and Jelly Roll. Like Jelly Roll used to play at the gathering of the Juggalos. Like Tom Brady's the greatest of all time.
Yeah, but Tom Brady is a smart guy. Don't you think that he knows that he looks like an idiot? He's just having fun. Like maybe it's just that.
So here's why everything with Tom Brady is shocking. Okay, because Tom Brady should have been the most marketable person in sports marketing history outside of Michael Jordan. He should have been that guy. But look what happened. He started the TB12 workout brands. That went out of business essentially. Now I think it's only in small places, because nobody knew what they were. I went to one of them and I still don't know what it was. He started the Brady brand clothing, and you would think if there's anyone who could start a clothing line, an athletic clothing line that would take off and be massively successful, it'd be Tom Brady. It's out of business. How is somebody, there's literally somebody giving him bad advice everywhere he goes. He had a big venture. One of his big things he thought he was going to make money on was a dog cloning service. And he cloned his dog to launch this thing he invested in. He lined up with the wrong people when it came to crypto, guys who got in huge trouble with the government. He invested in NFTs, started the autograph thing, and that went away. And he had to pivot what that whole company was. He's just done. It's amazing how many wrong things he's done.
Well, there you go, though. He's done all those wrong things that went out of business and whatnot, and the WWE is not going to go out of business,
But he's so bad at it. That's the thing. It's different because you're right. There have been guys who have gone in there who are big names, and they've had fun with it. But the whole middle finger thing to Logan Paul and slapping him in the face, it's all right, man. I mean, you're Tom Brady, man. I don't know why you're doing this.
He needs someone in his life that's going to tell him no. Who's in his life that's going to tell him no?
You see, I said that at first, but now I want him to do more of this. It's fascinating. Let's all sit back and just like watch this. It's Anthony Hopkins being like the mascot for McDonald's, like dressing as Ronald McDonald.
No, you're sullying my idea. You're sullying my idea. It's like you and Ken always talking about the guy from oh my God, that he can't sing as well anymore. That band. Oh, jeez.
Robert Plant. I mean,
Bob
Dylan.
Yeah, either one.
Yeah, it's as my friend said, it's Peyton Manning announcing he's joining the Blue Man Group. Like, it's just so freaking weird.
Going out bad.
Yeah, let's do it. All right, let's launch another one.
I love Caleb Durbin, offense and defensive. I just wish he would be a little more careful with trying for the impossible throw.
I don't know what he means there. Am I missing a play that I didn't see? I'm not sure.
Yeah, you kind of lost me on that one.
Okay. Maybe we edit out that take next time. I don't even know. I have no idea what he's talking about. I really don't.
But let's go Caleb Durbin.
But listen, Caleb Durbin has been second. Okay, MVP of the season so far. Who's your MVP?
Oh, I might have to go Wilson.
Okay.
Just the passion that dude's bringing. Did you see the video I sent to you guys earlier where after some big play, he literally mouths, "This is my effing house."
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, let's go, dude. I'm all in.
It's very Poppy-like. Very Poppy. Well, it's weird. I was trying to think of, like, when the last time, like, you kind of felt something special going on, like at Fenway, kind of like this, where you're like, I can't believe this is happening. And to me, I won't even go to, like, Cora's World Series. I'll go back to 13. I think 13 was the last time I was like, wow, something really special is happening here. And if I'm not mistaken, 13, they were bad for a while, and people had kind of written them off. And then all of a sudden, you had, like, near the end of the season, they went on this run, and all of a sudden, people are noticing that this team is good. They make the playoffs, and sure enough, in the year that the bomb went off, and this is our effing city, it was just like an amazing feel-good moment. I just, I'm getting 2013 vibes a little bit with this team. As far as likability is concerned, they're a very, very easy to like team. There's not a lot of people you can look at and not go, this is a dude that's easy to root for. But the MVP, Lorenzo. That would be, of course, Caleb Durbin.
That's fair. Yeah, that's actually fair.
Without a question. All right, let's launch one more of these sons of bitches.
No way Fleming won that home run call.
Oh, he thinks, okay, so I was in the car yesterday when I heard Caleb Durbin's home run in the 8th. And I thought it was one of the better calls. But then I came back and I watched Nesson, and they replayed the call where Middlebrooks was going crazy, and we played it back to back today. And
do we do it one more time?
Sure. You know what? Let's start with the Nesson call. Let's start with Nesson's call, if you don't mind. This is the call of Durbin's home run last night. Both were excellent. Both were great. Let's let him roll.
Swinging a high fly ball left field. This is deep. Back it goes. Yes, sir. It's out of here. Home run. The Durbinator touches them all. The Red Sox on top again. Okay.
The Durbinator touches them all.
That I think that's the only strike against it. It was a great call. The Durbinator thing's a little weird. But let's go to Will Fleming from last night.
He throws. Caleb swings and tries one high in the left field. It is way back. It is gone. More Fenway magic.
I mean, no question. Come on.
Come on.
There is no question about that one.
Oh yeah, that was an absolute body slam. That is Tom Brady over Logan Paul eventually at SummerSlam or wherever they're going to do it. It's gonna be so totally awkward. I can't wait. Somebody said Martin Scorsese directing Sharknado 9. Yeah, that is true. I mean, it is. Let's all sit back and just enjoy what Tom Brady is going to be doing. Don't sit here and say, I feel sorry for the guy. No, you shouldn't. He's like literally won the lottery, the genetic lottery, the sports lottery. He's the greatest of all time. Let him go out there with his super confidence. It's someone who has so much confidence that he thinks everything he does is the right thing.
Yeah, but you heard that caller. He called in earlier, Rich, and he was like, I'm out on this guy. I thank you for the Super Bowls. Thank you for all the success and the memories, but you're tarnishing your image. And you don't think that there's more callers out there that are feeling similar ways?
Sure, yeah, but they're not fun people.
Tom Brady can do whatever the hell he wants as far as I'm concerned.
Sure, he can. Well, of course he can. But I mean, I'm here for it. I'm front row center. I'm all of a sudden a wrestling fan. He does this. I'm telling you, every time he steps in that ring, we might spend an hour on it on the show. I'm going to analyze those things like this is a Zapruder film, baby. It's going to be Tom Brady WWE Tuesdays, whatever it is after Monday Night Raw. We are playing it. I can't wait. He's going to try so hard too because he never does anything half-ass, and it's just going to be so stiff.
Now, do you think he's any good, like at wrestling? Like Logan Paul, say what you will, he's actually good at I mean, he does some crazy moves, Rich. I don't know if you've ever seen, but
well, I've seen him box, and I actually don't think that he's an awful boxer. He just, his fights are against old people. He's the one who took on Tyson, right? It was Logan Paul.
No, that was Jake. That was Jake. Logan, I don't know if Logan. I know it's hard, but yeah, Logan's been in the WWE now for a few years. I'm going to send you a clip tonight, and you got to. He's not bad. He's a good wrestler.
I'll take your word for it.
I wonder if Brady will take any bumps.
Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. I can't wait. I can't wait. All right, 617-779-7937. Arcan's going to join us here in just a moment.
Today in your city, someone is walking their dog. Someone is crossing the street to their car. Someone's kid is riding a bike home. And they're counting on you to drive the speed limit. Speeding accounts for nearly 30% of traffic fatalities, and most of those crashes don't happen on the interstate. They happen on the streets where people live. Slow down. It's an act of care for the people around you. So remember, speeding catches up with you. Know the road and respect its limits. Presented by NHTSA. Now back to your streaming radio.
There's never been a better time to get outside and experience the benefits of nature. Discover nearby trails and explore the outdoors with All Trails. Download the free app today and find your outside.
This summer, there are 250 reasons to join T-Mobile. My favorite, getting more without paying more. Like, I just got a new iPhone 17 Pro.
Which was completely on them, right?
That's right, on them. Now come here, let's take a selfie. The center stage front camera is everything.
Okay, I need to switch.
There are 250 reasons to switch to T-Mobile this summer, and getting a new iPhone 17 Pro on them is just one. Find yours.
Rich Shirtlean, Ken Laird, Ted Johnson on WEEI.
It is 93.7 WEEI. Rich Shirtlean, Ken Laird, Ted Johnson. And we'll take your calls here in the final hour of the show. It's 617-779-7937. And this drive home is brought to you by Town Fair Tire. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody. Real quick, before we get to some of this Red Sox stuff, I don't know how this story got by me. It's something that I was assuming was going to happen. I think the Globe, this might be a week old, but I don't know why I'm just now getting it. But there's a talk now about how the Bill Chisholm, obviously after skimping on money for the Boston Red Sox and Jaylen Brown, Boston Celtics and Jaylen Brown, he is right now, according to the Globe, considering building a brand new arena. Now, originally the talk was that it was going to be built over near the Encore. And to me, I think that would be great. First of all, you can get rid of that John Wick Fast and Furious action set where it looks like all the shootouts are right across the street from the Encore. Apparently, like half that stuff doesn't even work. Like I think that half those buildings are just out of they're not even like functioning, and they could just plow most of that down. It is weird. There was one time I stayed at the Encore, and the Encore is fantastic. I mean, the hotel rooms are really, really nice, and obviously the garden's outside, and it's all these big flowers and plants. But then you go to the hotel room, and you open up the window, and my room overlooked death.
Oh, it's strange. And I'm from that area. It is still so bizarre to me to be driving over like Route 99 or the Mystic River, and then there's this giant casino that looks like it was plucked out of Las Vegas and plopped in the middle of Everett.
Right. It's like they dropped a gold brick out of the sky, and it landed in a pile of turds. It's just this amazing temple, the Encore. Then right next to it, like honestly, looks like every 80s action movie where the drug deal went down. They need to just plow through all that stuff. And I know that there had been talk about the soccer stadium going up there, and there had been talk maybe about this basketball arena. But according to this story in the Globe, no, they actually want to put it behind South Station, kind of where that huge post office is. And to that I say 1,000 times yes. Hell yes. Are you kidding me? That would be unbelievable. Because the problem I was thinking before was like, it's so nice having the TD Garden where it is, where you've got all the public transportation to be able to get around. They would have to figure that out when it comes to, they have to build like a huge bridge or something, and only the orange line goes to where the Assembly Row is to get over to Everett. But in this case, all the trains are already going there, baby. You got all the commuter rails and everything. The transportation would be super easy. You still got it in an area where there's all the good restaurants and things like that. And I don't know about you. I don't know if any of you paid attention to this Intuit Dome that just went up out in Los Angeles. Dude, the technology in new basketball stadiums is in-effing-sane. It is such a crazy advancement in going to a sporting event. First of all, they have this thing there called the Wall, which is 51 uninterrupted rows of seats behind the basket nearest the visitor's bench. And it is just, you are like so close to the floor. Every seat is wired. Each seat has a USB charger. There's like a built-in controller to play video games on the scoreboard, which I don't think you need, but that's kind of wild. They've got this thing called the Halo board, which is like the largest double-sided Halo display in the arena. It's like a full acre of screens. On top of that, inside of it are T-shirt cannons. So during the game, they actually launch T-shirts from the scoreboard that circles the entire place. There's a checkout, free concessions where you don't have to actually use your credit card. You just walk in, you walk out. When you go in, you give them your credit card. Everything's all set. On top of that, they have more bathrooms than any other arena. I think it's like one toilet for every 2.5 people. Hell yes. Bring it on. Give it to me. That would be unbelievable if they did that. And then you'd have like two big arenas. So you could have more concerts here. I am all for that. Got no problem with any of that.
Arkan, what do you think?
I think that would be a mess down there, honestly. I mean, listen, I think it's definitely like right there where the post office and that sorting station is right behind South Station, and then the 4-Point Channel right on the other side. So you're up against water. There's like bridges going over there. Already I think the Seaport, as fun as it is down there, it's not easy to get down to it. South Station's a little bit easier to get to, but man, you're gonna have two arenas at two train stations right there, and whatever the stretch of miles that is, that just seems crazy to me.
And
that
chill
seems
out
like
about
a crazy thing to do.
Chill out about the restaurants, Rich. I'll have you know that there's a Mike's Roast Beef across from the Encore, and that, my friend, is legendary.
You know what? I will say this about roast beefs. Mike's roast beef is the best type. Mike's roast beef, it's not, there's some roast beef places that for some reason people on the North Shore are obsessed with. Those massive ones with like the huge bun that's super bready, nope, out. I like the big wet, or not the big, the smaller wet one that like melts into the bun itself, where it's almost, it's almost like you can barely see the roast beef because like the soft bun just like engulfs it, and it's like the bottom of it almost is wet. That's my favorite kind. Mike's roast beef is the best roast beef sandwich because it's not enormous. And I mean this as a compliment. I do not mean this as an insult. It's because it's the closest to Arby's that I've had.
Wow.
Like, I love Arby's. Like,
I've never had Arby's in my life. I don't think I've ever even seen one.
Oh, yeah. Arby's is all right. Arby's
isn't that bad. Like, like Arby's may get a tough rap sometimes, but I've had Arby's and it's fine. Like I've enjoyed Arby's before for sure.
Sure.
And by the way, the Taco Bell thing, Rich, I immediately thought of you. And I thought, well, how is Rich dealing with this? Because you probably like Taco Bell more than anybody I know, and I like Taco Bell.
You know what's weird about Taco Bell is that when there was one, because there was such a lack of Taco Bells in Boston. Like for a while, you could barely find them. And when they put one downtown at Downtown Crossing, I remember, like, I told my kids, I was like, we are going to Taco Bell when it opens. It's going to blow your mind. Because
like Wally World?
Yeah, right. So for like probably my entire college, I lived off Taco Bell. It was so inexpensive, and it was good, and it filled you up. And so I was like, we're going to hit Taco Bell. And I remember going there, and as I took my first bite, and I saw my kids take their first bite, I knew I had made a mistake. I was like, this is not as good as I remember. Not at all.
Have you been to the one at Great Scott? They replaced Great Scott's in Alston with a Taco Bell that stays open late.
Do you know I have, and they serve liquor there, too.
Yeah, right, yeah. Taco Bell Cantina.
Yep, they've got one of those over near BU as well. There's a Taco Bell Cantina right across from McGannis Arena, I believe, as well. And they serve but I'm not going to Taco Bell to have like a margarita. Like I don't care about that. Usually you're already drunk when you show up at Taco Bell.
It's a good point.
You've kind of done your thing already. Let's go to Cooper on line 2. Cooper, what is up, buddy? How you doing?
What's up, guys? I heard you guys talking about the roast beef, right? Mike's. I don't know anything about Mike's, but Pete's and Woburn has got to be the best one around.
Oh, Pizza's
the
up there.
giant three-way is the best.
So okay, Han. So three-way is horseradish, cheese, and
cheese,
like
mayo, and
sauce,
barbecue
right?
sauce.
And barbecue cheese, mayo, barbecue sauce.
Yeah.
Okay, that's
Nasty.
right.
I can't do the mayo.
Yeah, I'm not a three. I don't like the three-way. I like the barbecue sauce, and that's it.
Sauce cheese for me.
Yep, I'm all right with that. Let's go to Gino on line 1. Gino, what's up, buddy? How you doing?
Back in the day, Bill and Bob's Super Junior, extra mayo, extra sauce, they were the best.
Bill and Bob's another classic.
Anyway, the Third Harbor Tunnel may go under South Station. It's at least near it, the Ted Williams exit there. And so the Third Harbor Tunnel leaks as it is. So that would be a concern of mine to look into. However, that's not the reason I called.
Okay.
Last night, Contreras, at the end of his interview, he said, "I have something to say. Don't disconnect after my answer this question." So he finished and he said, when Durbin hit that, we are now changing his name. We are calling him, and I'm pretty sure he said Mini Bamba. And
no, Mini
Bamba,
Bowser.
Mini Bowser.
Mini what?
Mini Bowser. He said.
Mini Bowser.
Okay.
He showed up at the All-Star game. He's got the Bowser bat. Yeah.
Right.
Well, so who is Bowser? What is Bowser?
Bowser is Bowser would be the worst character to use on Mario Kart. It weighs you down way too much. He is a gentleman who stole a woman, like basically kidnapped a lady from a very famous plumber. He should be in jail. He should be punished. So, yes, that's who it is. And by the way, his bat is going to go into the Hall of Fame, if I'm not mistaken. Didn't they say at the end of the Home Run Derby that they're going to be putting in there, little baby Bowser?
Don't you think that they should all have their own bats, by the way? Like, why not just have your own bat? Why not do that for every game? Why not just have, like, cool signature bats like that?
That would be nice. I mean, I guess that, as long as it's regulation, that's the one thing about the movie The Natural, too, that used to crack me up, is like the dude made his own bat and they just let him play with it.
Right.
Like, dude, you don't know if that thing's corked. You don't know what kind of wood that is. I would have my suspicions.
Just wrap it like you do a radio promo vehicle. You know what I mean? Just have someone do it. Just a normal bat, but you put whatever you want on it, like a hockey goalie's helmet. Just let them do what they want.
Sure, you could make it look like the one that Negan used to walk around in The Walking Dead.
Yeah,
the
right.
Barbed wire on the end of it. I'm sure there'd be a few people who did that. All right, 617-779-7937. They still have not updated the status of this game.
It is pouring down here. I'm looking out the window. It is pouring, Rich. Really pouring.
It looks really, really bad right now. But from what I am hearing, there is a window that they might be able to get it in around 8:15 or so. We shall see, but we'll keep you updated, and we'll be right back.
Going to be called Mini Bowser now. He looks alike.
No subscription fees. We're free. Just download the Odyssey app and take Boston Sports Original WEEI wherever you go.
Ready, set, summer with the Honda Summer Event. With impressive efficiency, sleek exterior styling, and sport-tuned suspension, the Honda Civic and HR-V have all you need to get summer ready with the most fuel-efficient full-line automaker in America. Visit your local Honda dealer today.
See dealer for financing details. Based on EPA estimate of 2024 large full-line automaker fleet-wide fuel economy. EPA Automotive Trends Report 2025.
Every week on the Moth Podcast, real people tell their stories live on stage.
I burst into tears. And I wasn't sure if I was crying because I hadn't been kissed in a really long time or if I had just never been kissed like that before.
To hear fascinating, heartbreaking, and sometimes hilarious stories from astronauts, teachers, farmers, and people just like you, follow and listen to The Moth wherever you get your podcasts.
Furnished by IntelliBrands.
Have you ever felt leg pain, restlessness, cramps, tingling, swelling, numbness, itchiness, or coldness? Then you need the new patented Legsercise Pro, the natural circulation booster that uses continuous automatic leg movement to soothe pain and promote healthy circulation the natural, drug-free way.
Using Legsercise made walking painless again.
Legsercise Pro's patented walking simulator propulsion technology moves your feet back and forth along its concave track, creating constant movement and flex at both the knee and ankle joints. It's like having a physical therapist right in your own home.
I have much less swelling and no more tingling.
Call right now and order your very own Legsercise Pro, the new proven automatic leg mover that soothes pain and naturally promotes healthy circulation. Call 800-555-1212. That's 800-555-1212. 800-555-1212 now.
These statements and products have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or condition.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
I'm Anna Garcia, host of True Crime News, the podcast. Every week, we bring you in-depth coverage on cases making headlines, as well as those that go under the radar. Tune in for murders that defy explanation, mysteries seeking exploration, and shocking secrets that will leave you breathless. Each week, we honor the victims by going beyond the salacious in our search for justice. Crime never stops, and neither do we. Listen to True Crime News, available now on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WEB-NOW1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
This is Rich Shirt and Lead, Ken Laird, and Ted Johnson on WEEI.
Oh, yes, it is 93.7 WEEI. Rich Shirt and Lead, Ken Laird, Ted Johnson, and Christian Arcand down at Fenway right now. And post-apocalyptic, is that how it's looking right now, Christian?
Yeah.
When you look outside?
It just, right as we went to break, it was really dumping. It's lightened up a little bit, but still coming down. Tarp is still on the field right now, and yeah, it doesn't look like anything's going to get started anytime soon here.
Breaking news: the game has been postponed.
Well, there you go.
That is from. It looks like it is rained out officially. So if you are on your way down, stop. And I have no details outside of it being postponed. So I have seen Ken and Chris Cotillo are saying that it's postponed. Gabrielle Starr says it's rained out. Postponed, that doesn't mean it could be later on tonight, right? That means they're actually moving the game to a different day when you say postponed, right? It's not, because then it would be delayed. So I believe that means...
Postponed means not tonight, I think. I think that probably means a doubleheader tomorrow.
I got it. Doubleheader tomorrow at Fenway, 1:35 and 7:10.
Got the official release here. Been postponed due to an extended period of rain. Tonight's game has been rescheduled as the first game of a split doubleheader tomorrow. beginning at 1:05. Tickets for the game will be good for admission to the rescheduled contest.
Okay.
Tomorrow's game that was scheduled for 4:10 will move to 6:35.
Listen, 5:35 is better than
Not bad.
8:30. Not bad. Not bad. I guess that's about as good as you can do. All right, Christian. I don't know if, what were you at the game last night, or did you watch it on TV, or did you listen to it on radio? Had you consume?
I was here. I was here for this last night, and it was unbelievable.
Yeah.
It was really. I mean, it was like if something happens this year, Rich, if they go on to, and by the way, I just read the wrong release. I actually have the right thing for the announcement. The game has been rescheduled to the first game of a split tomorrow at 1:35. Tickets for that will be good, and tomorrow's regularly scheduled game will stay at 7:10. So nothing else is moving tomorrow. They're just going to have another game. Tonight's game will be tomorrow at 1:35. But as for how it was here last night, when Durbin hit that home run, I mean, that was as loud as I've heard this place since 2021. Even last year when Rafaela had that walk-off triple to send him to the playoffs, electric stuff for sure. But you didn't have the same kind of like angst and agony that you had for the first 2 months of this season that really kind of brought out the emotions last night. You could really feel it if you were here. It was pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, I heard some of the big plays in the car, and then I watched the very end of it at home on Nesson, and it did look amazing. I mean, the past, like, ever since the All-Star break, Fenway looks like it's the one of the most fun places on the planet to be. It really looks like it's been amazing there. But the one thing that made me laugh, which you may not have seen because you were at the game, was there were some very long, very smart by Nesson to find these shots of Craig Breslow feeling it at the end of the game.
Looking dapper, too, wasn't he?
Oh, it's just smooth. I mean, he was like all smiles, and he was like making this face, and I compared it to like Wild and Crazy Guys. It looks like his like hands are out, like here we go. And you know what? As much crap as I've given the guy, and I still am not going to give him all the credit until the trade deadline's done. I don't blame him. He is a dude that was dead in the water. His job was gone. There were all these articles written about how he has to speak through a translator, and he has no human touch to him, and what he's done is a disaster. So for him to be able to see what's been going on and know that he was part of it, and a lot of the most important pieces he's responsible for, has got to feel pretty good. But I wanted to ask you, Christian, when it comes to several people, are you willing to forgive them at this point? Are you willing to let them off the hook? Let's first start with Craig Breslow.
Yes, and not because I'm switching sides all that dramatically. I've been saying all year that every single time Breslow begins a sentence, he should start it with Sonny Gray and end it with Wilson Contreras and say, hey, listen, the season's not going great, but the guys I brought in were pretty good. And I think that the first 2 months of the season, he's got to wear that. It was really more than 2 months if you think about it. He has to wear that just like everybody else does. But in terms of forgiveness, sure. I don't see how your opinion of him hasn't changed at least a little bit here. In terms of building a pitching factory on this team and this organization, he's absolutely done that. And the results speak for themselves. The offense coming along, you kind of figured had to happen eventually. I was starting to believe maybe it wouldn't, but it did.
So Christian, I think, that there's definitely a lot of, I agree with a lot of what you say. The one thing that is making me a little upset is that Tom Werner apparently was on Nesson yesterday being interviewed. And he's on there saying, like, we always knew that this was a great team. And we always felt that this team was a winner and blah, 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 blah. And I say to him, no, you don't get any kind of love or credit because you were nowhere to be found when this team stunk. When this team stunk, you hid. You didn't talk to anybody. At least Breslow and Sam Kennedy had to go on the Greg Hill show and talk to the press and just get killed for good reason. Like, I mean, these were awful. All the right questions were asked. And Sam Kennedy and Craig Breslow gave some frustrating answers. One, I mean, we know about the Roman Anthony thing. We know Craig Breslow just recently talked about there wasn't any room, in the trainer's facility for Roman Anthony, like stuff that didn't make any sense. But the one thing I will give them credit for is that they took it. They took all the bullets. So if this thing turns around and continues this way, they have every right to spike the football. Whereas guys like Tom Werner and even John Henry, who has been hiding through this whole thing, has been hiding for a while now and not said anything to the press, I don't give them near enough credit. I don't. And that's why, it's going to feel good if you're able to look back and go, you know what, Breslow, you were right. you're absolutely right. And there's got to be nothing better than if you're him and this whole thing turns around, because you have earned the ability to stick it in everyone's face. And he earned it.
No question about it. And you're right about, ownership not really having much to say at any point up until right now when it's fashionable to. And I'll also say this. Sam Kennedy didn't come out and say, yeah, we never wavered in belief in this team. Kennedy was out there talking about pivoting and selling off pieces and being sellers at the trade deadline. Like, they discussed that. That was definitely an option that they were exploring just a couple of weeks ago, like not really even that long ago. So, for Warner to come out now and say, oh, we believed all along. We knew it. No, you didn't. Like, you definitely didn't, because the guy that you sent out there to take all the crap for you wasn't saying that same thing. And if you're not saying it, then don't say it now.
Yeah, right. And I think that John Henry let Craig Breslow be a human shield during all of that. And so if this thing turns around, hell yeah, the human shield should get all the credit. You took all the bullets, you should get all the glory. So, you hope that's the way things end, and you hope that it ends up being with Craig Breslow, being able to prove that he was right. As weird as it is, and as crazy as it is, I can't believe we're saying this, because a month ago, no one would have ever thought we would be in this position. But good on them. So when I saw him kind of peacocking around, it made me laugh a little bit. But at the same time, I'm like, dude, the guy, if they've turned it around, he's earned it. He went through hell having to answer all the questions. So, a guy like that should be able to get the spoils. You got trash talked, you got killed, and you took it. You took it. You said some dumb things to the press. Still stuff I'm still going to never forget. But you know what? You deserve to have a little bit of cake and be able to eat it if this thing is turned around. All right, 617-779-7937, a postponed Red Sox game. It is now official, and your tickets will be good for tomorrow at 1:35, right? That's the time, 1:35. They'll be good for admission to be rescheduled tomorrow. Yes, 1:35. All right, and we will take your calls next.
Last season, the Pats surprised the football world.
The New England Patriots are back in the Super Bowl.
Then, the biggest offseason trade happened.
A.J. Brown to the Patriots. I like it. Finally!
There you go, baby.
Now we call it Gillette Stadium again, and it's time for our football to be played. WEEI, the only place to hear the coach and the QB every week, kicks off training camp this Saturday with a special Ken and Curtis show at 11 a.m. overlooking the fields. WEEI will continue to provide exclusive insight, interviews, and access with Jones and Keefe throughout camp. It's time to build off of last season, and the road to LA starts now. Don't miss a thing. This is the home of Patriots Monday and Friday for 31 years. WEEI.
Today in your city, someone is walking their dog. Someone is crossing the street to their car. Someone's kid is riding a bike home. And they're counting on you to drive the speed limit. Speeding accounts for nearly 30% of traffic fatalities, and most of those crashes don't happen on the interstate. They happen on the streets where people live. Slow down. It's an act of care for the people around you. So remember, speeding catches up with you. Know the road and respect its limits. Presented by NHTSA. Now back to your streaming radio.
Listeners, I want to tell you about a new podcast from Odyssey called Family Lore, where people tell interesting stories about their family history and then we investigate the truth behind them. Family Lore is available now on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your shows.
I started Ornata in 2013, and we make bike apparel. The best part of Shopify for me is our ability to run the business as essentially non-technical people. We're able to admin everything on the back end, front end, and sell things online easily. If Shopify were a bike accessory, I think it would actually be the bicycle. It's the thing that you do the thing on. We run the business on Shopify.
Start your free trial on shopify.com.
Coleman!
It's electric!
Coleman Electric is wasting your time with this commercial. But that's the way it is with advertising. If you're not overweight, with low T and a flooded basement, half these ads aren't for you. Same with this one for Coleman Electric. We specialize in replacing knob and tube wiring, and you might not even have it. Most people don't even know what it is. Ask a guy if he's going to remove his knob and tube, and he says, "Nah, I can't. My wife wants another kid." No. Let me explain. Many houses around here were built 100 years ago and still have the original wiring. The wires would heat up, so they ran them around little knobs and through tiny tubes and called it knob and tube. But insurance companies call it a stinking fire hazard, and insulation companies won't even call back because they ain't touching it. If you've got knob and tube, join this century and book a free estimate with Coleman Electric to have it replaced. And if you don't have it, sorry we wasted your time. But thanks to your sacrifice, you've helped your knob and tube neighbor. Can I get a tissue? Welling up over here. Kuhlman. Call Coleman.
It's electric.
Join us July 23rd and 24th for Springer's Jewelers' Mark Henry Rare Colored Gemstone event. I'm Lily.
And I'm Zoe. If you love colored gemstones like we do, you will simply have to come and experience these rare gemstone jewelry pieces for yourself.
Springer's Jewelers' Mark Henry Rare Gemstone event. 2 days only. Thursday, July 23rd in Portsmouth and Friday the 24th in Portland.
Book your personal tour of Mark Henry's collection right now at springersjewelers.com.
Join us for the legendary Mark Henry Gemstones.
Ready, set, summer with the Honda Summer Event. Make every mile count with a great deal on an Accord or Accord Hybrid with a standard turbocharged engine or available hybrid powertrain. Honda has all you need to get summer ready with the most fuel-efficient full-line automaker in America. Visit your local Honda dealer today.
See dealer for financing details. Based on EPA estimate of 2024 large full-line automaker fleet-wide fuel economy. EPA Automotive Trends Report 2025.
On the Powers That Be podcast, we examine the players and currents behind today's most consequential decisions. Join us. Listen to the Powers That Be wherever you get your podcasts.
We all belong outside. We're drawn to nature, whether it's the recorded sounds of the ocean we doze off to, or the succulents that adorn our homes. Nature makes all of our lives, well, better. Despite all this, we often go about our busy lives removed from it. But the outdoors is closer than we realize. With All Trails, you can discover trails nearby and explore confidently. With offline maps and on-trail navigation, download the free app today and make the most of your summer with All Trails.
The Red Sox just did the thing every fan dreams about. They changed the question. A few weeks ago, it was, who are they selling? Now it's, who should they add? Bradfo here. That's what happens when you stop talking about a turnaround and start stacking wins. I know a little bit about changing the question. 8 years ago, mine was, can I actually lose 50 pounds with Awaken 180? I did. Now the question is, how have I kept those 50 pounds off for 8 years? Not by white-knuckling dry salads or pretending every day went perfectly. When life got messy or a few pounds tried creeping back, I had a place to go. People who knew my history and a plan that changed before a small slump became a full rebuild. That's free support for life. You don't have to start over. You make an adjustment and keep playing. Search Awaken 180 on your phone and simply tap to call. Awaken180weightloss.com, the official weight loss program.
It's Rich and Ken with Ted Johnson on WEEI.
It is 93.7 WEEI. Rich, Ken, Ted Johnson. We got Christian Arcan with us. You can call us at 617-779-7937. If you have not heard yet, the Red Sox game this evening has been postponed till tomorrow at 1:35. So if you're heading there right now, turn around. It looks like crap. It is crap soup outside at Fenway Park. As I said, at least they didn't wait till 8:30 to call this one. It was pretty much a no-brainer, I think, after a while. And Christian, it's still like people are scattering down there, correct?
Still dumping. I just saw the poncho guy pack up his thing and leave. So once the poncho guy leaves, you know it's
that's official.
There's nothing going on. Yeah.
Then there's no hope. By the way, I just saw this news story come by. You know, now that I don't know if you knew this, but like that Michael Jackson movie, Michael has made over $1 billion worldwide. Wow. Yeah, it's one of the bigger. I think it's the biggest music. Is it biopic or biopic, whatever they call it? Like music biography movie. Of all time. It beat the Queen one, which won like a bunch of awards and stuff like that. And since that happened, obviously now they're greenlighting a bunch of different movies that are going to be made. They just announced that the Snoop Dogg movie, will be coming out August 6th, 2027, which means every girl I went to high school with will be first in line to see that movie.
Drop it like it's hot.
I don't know what it is about women of a certain age, but they love Snoop Dogg. They love listening to the Doggy Style album. It is
everybody loves Snoop Dogg. He was pretty prominently featured in the NWA movie. Like Snoop was, you saw him a lot in that movie.
Yeah, the NWA movie was pretty good. Like that was good. And you know what? If they get the right person, the Snoop one would be very good. I think that they can do a good job, and maybe they're learning that even though from what I heard, the Michael Jackson movie avoided a certain era of his life.
Exactly. I saw people, that would be like if you did an OJ movie and it ended after he won the Heisman. You're like, wait a minute, I think...
You know what? I did see the MJ musical when it was here, and it was effing great. It was like unbelievable. Like you forget how many songs that dude had because it went through like, the Jackson 5, and it went through was it Against the Wall or whatever. Don't Stop Deacon and that whole era. But the whole thing is about how he was setting up to do that huge thing at Wembley Stadium, like that big residency and stuff. And it's really freaking good. That was good, but I mean the movie, I have no desire to see it. I've got enough movies that I'm behind on. I haven't seen Backrooms yet. I'm looking forward to seeing that.
You got to see Odyssey, Rich.
I know I got to see Odyssey. I haven't even seen that Project Hail Mary movie, which everyone says is.
Yeah, that was pretty good too.
All right, so but real quick, just before we get out of here, I do want to play this story because there is something similar that I have experienced with this. There's a weird trend going on in concerts right now. And it has to do with people who get to a show early and want to be at the front of the stage, and everyone runs up. And, what do you do once you get there 5 hours before the show starts? You get to the very front, and a bunch of people are crushing into you. You know what you do? You don't leave. And what do you do when you have to use the bathroom? You use the bathroom in your pants. It is a brand new trend that's going on where people are wearing diapers to shows and using the restroom in their diapers. I think Noah Kahan had to address it at one of his shows because a video went viral of somebody finding actual human excrement on the ground at one of his concerts, and they made a video about it. But Morgan Wallen had a concert, and this story came out of it. Let's take a listen.
I literally feel something on my leg. My wife feels something on her leg. My niece is standing on the seats, instead of sitting on them. And my wife says, whatever that gentleman's doing is all over my leg. And at that point, I kind of seen him like bend over out of the corner of my eye. So I turned to look. He has his hanging completely out. And he's urinating all over the back of my seat, my wife's leg, my niece. And he's looking at me saying, it's good, bro. It's good. At that point, I kind of grabbed him, pushed him back and said, what are you doing? You're all over me.
Okay. So, I mean, you probably want to kill the guy if you see somebody doing that to your leg. I would think that might end up being attempted murder. And the reason I know that is because, believe it or not, I've actually been around a situation that is very similar to this. So
you peed on?
What?
No, yeah, I'm not kidding you. So I went to an Ozfest back in the day, and it was some people from the radio station that I worked with, and one of the interns was to my left. So if you've ever seen Ozzy before, his big thing is that he'd love to go on stage with a bucket of water and throw it on the crowd. Well, as the years went on, they went all in on that. And when he would get the bucket of water, they had installed these giant hoses on the top of the stage that would spray water all over the crowd. So Ozzy was going around. He was doing that. Now, I had good seats because I was with the radio station at the time. I think it was like 10th row or something. It was kind of nice. And so the water was just dousing all of us. So I remember a guy from the radio station that I worked with was like, well, I'm going to use this as my chance because I don't want to have to leave. So he waits for the big water to go down, and he pulls it out and just pees on the ground. Okay, on the ground. Just like not towards anybody or anything, but no one's going to notice. Everyone's getting wet anyway. It doesn't matter. He goes on the ground. So the big bucket of water, it goes like 4 or 5 times. Mm-hmm. So this dumb intern who was to my left sees my friend doing that, and he's like, I'm going to do the same thing.
Wow.
And so the water gets shot, and this kid waits until after the water is done and pees straight ahead right on this dude's leg. And the guy turns around and yells, what the F? And grabs him by the shirt. And me and my friend at the station had to talk the guy down. He goes, oh, no, he's an idiot. Get out of here. I can't believe he did that. Get out of here. And I had to kind of step in and move the guy would have punched his teeth out if we hadn't stepped in. We were like, oh, you're an a-hole. Get out of here. Yeah. But
that's kind of a tough call of what to do, though, because if someone's peeing at you, you kind of got, like, they've already started the attack. Like, you have to get out of the way. If you attack them, you're going to continue to get peed on. You know what I mean?
Well, this intern was like drunk, and he was like, "Oh yeah, I've got it figured out. Look, these guys are just peeing all over the place," but they didn't understand what was going on. First of all, the guy from the station wasn't aiming at anybody; he was aiming straight down, and it was when the water was coming down, so no one would have ever known. And then he's just like, "Here we go," and just like dry, and the guy could feel it all over the back of his leg, and he turned around and he's like, "Get this," and so he like pretended to get mad at him too and push him out. And I don't know what ended up happening. I think he just ended up leaving the concert.
Should make a biopic about that.
Well, Ozzy started that whole thing in order for him to be able to pee himself and not get noticed.
That's the rumor. The rumor was that he would get the bucket of water out when he had to go because he was incontinent, and he would accidentally spill some on himself, and that would kind of cover things up.
This is like Tom Brady. You're ruining my image of Ozzy.
Could have got some North Shore adult diapers for even the heaviest control problems.
I think I've heard that commercial before. Absolutely. Proud sponsor. Yeah. So, by the way, that's a biopic that if somebody did it if you got a good director, the Ozzy one would be fantastic. They blew it with The Dirt. The Motley Crue story, The Dirt, is the best book I've ever read. It's like insane what those guys did. I mean, Vince Neil killed a guy. Nikki Sixx was literally dead. He flatlined, and they announced it on the radio that he was dead. And he woke up in the hospital, took off all of his electrodes, and went to to Mick Mars's house, where all of them were crying that their friend had died. And he walked in and goes, "What are you guys doing?" Like, oh my God. Mick Mars, like, his bones fused together and he couldn't move, and none of the guys in the band knew it because no one talked to him. And they show up one day and he's literally like just like a mold and can't move his arms. And then there's the Tommy Lee and the Pam Anderson stuff where he goes to jail, and then there's the video. I mean, it was the greatest rock bio that I've ever read. Maybe the greatest book that I've ever read, but they blew it with the Netflix movie because they got Machine Gun Kelly to play Tommy Lee in it, and it was just really poorly put together.
Did you see the Tommy Lee Pam movie where he talks through his spine? Did you see that one?
I heard it was actually good despite that.
Wasn't
Was it
bad.
good?
The conversation with the pair, that was a little strange, but other than that, I enjoyed it. I thought the girl was good. The guy who played Tommy Lee was good. Everybody was pretty good.
Yeah, it was the Winter Soldier, right? Who played Tommy Lee?
Yeah.
Sebastian Stan, the guy who played the Winter Soldier?
Yeah.
I think it was. Decent actor. All right, everybody. Sorry that there is no Red Sox baseball. You will have it tomorrow at 1:35. So hopefully everybody has their...
Someone is walking their dog. Someone is crossing the street to their car. Someone's kid is riding a bike home. And they're counting on you to drive the speed limit. Speeding accounts for nearly 30% of traffic fatalities, and most of those crashes don't happen on the interstate. They happen on the streets where people live. Slow down. It's an act of care for the people around you. So remember, speeding catches up with you. Know the road and respect its limits. Presented by NHTSA. Now back to your streaming radio.
For over 200 years, Eastern Bank has been headed in a single direction, forward, helping you meet your personal financial goals and working with local businesses as the #1 SBA lender in Massachusetts. Eastern Bank. Join us for good. Learn more at easternbank.com, member FDIC.
Ready, set, summer with the Honda Summer Event. Make every mile count with a great deal on an Accord or Accord Hybrid with a standard turbocharged engine or available hybrid powertrain. Honda has all you need to get summer ready with the most fuel-efficient full-line automaker in America. Visit your local Honda dealer today.
See dealer for financing details. Based on EPA estimate of 2024 large full-line automaker fleet-wide fuel economy. EPA Automotive Trends Report 2025.
Sometimes it feels like the news is full of things that have never happened before. And that is not exactly true. In fact, it may have happened this very week, hundreds or thousands of years ago. I'm Sally Helm, host of the podcast History This Week from the History Channel. Trade embargoes? Thomas Jefferson tried them. Rent too high? We've been arguing about that for a while. Each episode is proof. The past isn't that far away. Listen to History This Week, available now on Apple, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Men, if your energy is down, your workouts aren't producing results, you're gaining stubborn weight, losing muscle, sleeping poorly, or just not feeling like yourself anymore, it may be more than just aging. This is Dale for Northeast Men's Health. Our low T and body composition treatments are designed to help men regain energy, improve focus, sleep better, build lean muscle, reduce unwanted fat, and restore confidence both in and out of the gym. At Northeast Men's Health, we specialize in helping men optimize their health, performance, and vitality. Using personalized medical treatments tailored to your health and goals, many men begin noticing improvements in energy, mental clarity, recovery, motivation, libido, and overall body composition within just a few weeks. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes PSA and a T-test and a medical consult. And if you start on treatment the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 617-793-5000 or go to northeastmenshealth.com. We have 7 offices, including our new office in Bridgewater.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
From the Catches Law Injury Attorney Studios. Every game, all season, no subscription needed. The Sox play here. 93.7 WEEI-FM and HD1. Lawrence, Boston, and Odyssey Sports Station. Now, here's what's in our feed.
No Red Sox game tonight as they have been postponed due to the rain. It will be made up as a day-night doubleheader tomorrow. First pitch for Game 1 will be at 1:35. First pitch of Game 2 will be at 7:10. You can hear all of it right here on 93.7 WEEI and across the Shaw's Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. Shaw's proud to be local since 1960. Mass Mutual pregame show 1 hour before each pitch. Mass Mutual Insurance Planning Investments. I'm Joe Braverman. That's what's in our feed here on WEEI.
Time now for the Christian Arcan Show.
Yo, it's all Arcan.
On WEEI.
Good evening. Welcome in. It's the Christian Arcan Show here at WEEI. We are live in our Ford Clubhouse Fenway studio. We are Boston Sports Original, and tonight we are here with you for
525,600 minutes.
I don't know exactly what we're here for. We're here for as long as we're here for. We'll see. Probably a full show, maybe not. Not sure yet exactly, but I can tell you that there is no Red Sox baseball tonight as the game has been postponed. We found out about a half hour ago. The tarp was on the field. It started really pouring, and it has not stopped. It is continuing to rain as I look out here on Lansdowne Street. Feeling bad for the people without umbrellas or ponchos. The poncho guy just packed up his little little thing there, and that's it. So, yeah, a lot of people leaving. The only way to stop the Red Sox right now is this. This is the only way to do it, by God stepping in and raining on us like this, which is unfortunate because it's really buzzing around here, man. I was here last night, late into the night, and all around the area on a Monday night. All the bars were loud. People were celebrating. This is a real thing going on right now. This isn't just, a nice hot streak. This is something potentially historical that we're seeing here with this Boston Red Sox team. Joe Braverman is back in Brighton. Hello, Joe.
What's going on, Arcan? Ready for a little improvisational Christian Arcan show?
Absolutely. It's going to be like jazz, Parker and Davis is what we got going on over here. And we will have some of the normal benchmarks of the show here tonight. We will have nightly news at 7:30. We'll have a Dong report sometime in the 8 o'clock hour, probably call it a night around 9. But no Red Sox baseball tonight. The big LL Bean tarp out there on the field. Everybody's cleared out. And I'm just hoping I don't get locked in. I don't think Joe was just telling me that's impossible. You can't get locked in, right?
No, I did Spanish radio a couple of years ago, and there would be some nights I'd leave around midnight or 1 a.m., even on bad weather. But there's always a way.
But after a rain out, and they think everyone's gone, like the game's rained out. Oh, okay, everyone left. No one remembered to check the center field radio studio because whoever goes out there. But I just, did that ever happen after a rain out, I ask you?
I don't think I ever did rain, or no, I did one rain out, and I did leave around midnight or 1 a.m. and I was able to get out. There was it's Fenway Park, like you got to keep it under 24-hour surveillance.
Worst case scenario, I'll ask one of the security guards from the town that got tied up when they stole all the money. Remember that? They had those security guards down there in the bowels of Fenway. Probably just ask one of those guys, and they'll let me out. So there you go. Anyway, we got lots to get to here over the course of the next few hours. And we have phone lines open, of course, for you at 617-779-7937. I consider this kind of like an extended Red Sox review from last night, as I think that despite the weather here and despite this game being postponed, there will be a doubleheader here tomorrow. And then you have the series coming up here with the Toronto Blue Jays, a 10-game homestand coming out of this All-Star break, which really, I've said it a couple of times now, but the All-Star break really was a flashpoint for a lot of people. Okay, this is a team that in years past, when they were certainly better than they've been this year over the first couple of months, gets hot going into the All-Star break, comes out cold. It's happened a couple of years now. It's happened a few years in a row. And it definitely happened last year. Last year, they had a 10-game win streak going on into the All-Star break. They come out of it. They lose 4 out of 5. And I only bring that up again just to point out how remarkable it is that this team was hot going into the All-Star break. They're hot coming out of the All-Star break. And they're not just playing pushover teams. They're playing the best team in the American League, the Rays. Swept them. Crushed them. And then here comes the Baltimore Orioles, who are the second hottest team in baseball, behind only the Red Sox. 7-game win streak coming into last night. And last night, I had this in pregame, and I'm not going to have a chance to do a pregame for this upcoming game here. So I'll give you a little bit of what I got for that. But it seemed to me that last night was one of those. If there's younger listeners, probably won't understand what I'm talking about here. But back in the day, back in the old days, when a team won a championship, they would release a DVD about the championship, and it was a big deal.
I love those. I am such a sucker for a championship DVD.
Oh yeah, the 2004 Red Sox DVD, all the Patriots ones. We all have all of them somewhere. If you're old enough, to have been collecting.
I still watch them.
Listen, I still watch them all the time. When I'm down, when the team's having a bad year, when there's a game on I don't really want to watch, or it's a blowout or something, I'll pop one of those on still now today. But yeah, if there's a DVD for this season someday, and I'm not saying there will be, but if there ever was, that game last night's going to have like its own chapter. You know what I mean? Like that seemed like one of those kind of games. It seemed like a game that was of consequence. And I know that they've won 14 in a row, Arcan. They're all of consequence, right? But that was a game with a bunch of lead changes. That was a game where they trailed late. And that was a game where they needed clutch hitting. They didn't have their starter with his best stuff. Aroldis Chapman didn't have his best stuff either, by the way. And they still won. And when Durbin hit that home run, just from the crack of the bat, I was walking back over to the studio because I was thinking, well, it's tied up. I might be here for a while. I want to get ready to come in, do postgame. I'm coming back to the studio. And I look over, I stop and watch each pitch. As soon as the ball hit the bat, the place was already, before the ball even made it over the fence, pandemonium, chaos out there. Like it was a Noah Kahan concert. The joke up until the last couple of weeks is that the only time this place ever really gets excited is when there's a Noah Kahan concert. Not anymore. Now the Red Sox are a hot ticket in town. The Red Sox are sending their fans home happy. And I know that we talk about how bad this season was, but who bore the brunt of it more than anybody else? Red Sox fans, paying customers who came here in April, May, and also in March. I know they played a few games in March. And suffered through those 2 to 3 months of just dreadful baseball. Their record at home still could use some work. But to watch them play at home was to watch them lose. And not just lose, but find new ways to lose. They invented ways to lose. They left runners on base like you wouldn't believe. I said this to Lenny DiNardo last night. But watching Tampa leave 15 men on base in the finale of that series, watching another team have that happen to them, and I don't think the Red Sox have had 15 per se, but how many offers have they had that were in the double digits, runners in scoring position? Their batting average wasn't that bad this year. So long as we're in the American League, you got a chance. All you got to do is be 500-ish, and you're in the mix in the American League. That's what we were saying. But now as the Red Sox continue to win, that raises the stakes for the entire American League. Really, you only need 3 extra teams. You only need 6 teams to be good. And if 6 teams aren't good, then you're going to have a playoff team, a wild card team that kind of sucks. But if the Red Sox keep on winning and they keep pushing the numbers over 500, up and up and up and up and up, that clears out some of the riffraff. And the Red Sox are just damn lucky, really. They've been playing well. I'm not saying they're not playing well. You can't take that away from them the way that they've been playing lately. It's been great. But you cannot deny also that they've been lucky that there has been a very stagnant American League here that has allowed them to climb back into this with this long win streak. And a long win streak like this was going to do numbers and, whatever for some team no matter what. If there was the National League right now, even if they were trying to claw back into that, they would be in the mix there too. It's not just the American League. When you win 14 games in a row going on 15, which is historic, by the way, and we'll get to the history of it here in just a minute. But 3 games over 500, I mean, that's enough for that third wild card. They're up a game and a half over the Rangers now. The Orioles, they beat. The Twins lost. The Mariners ended up winning last night, so they passed Texas. And now the Rangers are the wild card team, and the Red Sox are up on them. And there you go. The Red Sox would be a wild card team in the National League right now. They have the same record as the Cardinals, 51-48. That's the same record as the St. Louis Cardinals, who are the third wild card right now, tied with the Marlins and the Pirates, who are 52-49. Red Sox would be right in that mix right now in the National League too. So, as much as I've been saying it, the ability to climb up out of the hole that they were in, you can attribute that to the American League. But 14 wins, that's not just, hey, you're in the American League. That's, hey, you're competing. Hey, you've got the league's attention. And what you're doing right now is bordering on historic. One more win, and that could have been tonight. It's not going to be tonight now, although it does look like the sun's coming out. I'm looking up right now, and it's still raining.
It's brightening, but I did read the forecast for coming in. Like, there are going to be heavier storms coming through.
Heavier storms coming in later. Okay, well, this was probably that window Rich was talking about. Rich is like, there's a window. Everybody's saying, looking at the Doppler, there's a window. Nope, no window. It is a little sunnier right now, but it is continuing to rain.
Everyone's a meteorologist.
Not me. I leave that to the professionals, the wonkums of the world. 617-779-7937 is your phone number. Quick break. We'll get to your phone calls here. It's Christian Arcand Show. Extended Red Sox review. Kind of a Sox talk situation going on right now as the game has been postponed. Doubleheader tomorrow. We're back with more here on WEEI.
Ready, set, summer with the Honda Summer Event. Make every mile count with a great deal on an Accord or Accord Hybrid with a standard turbocharged engine or available hybrid powertrain. Honda has all you need to get summer ready with the most fuel-efficient full-line automaker in America. Visit your local Honda dealer today.
See dealer for financing details. Based on EPA estimate of 2024 large full-line automaker fleet-wide fuel economy. EPA Automotive Trends Report 2025.
You lock the hotel room door, then check it again, and maybe one more time, because even the nicest room can feel unfamiliar at night. That's why She's Birdie created Birdie Box. With She's Birdie, you can bring peace of mind with you. Birdie Box is a portable travel door alarm for hotels, dorms, Airbnbs, and anywhere you stay away from home. Just attach it to the door frame, switch it on, and if someone opens the door, Birdie Box blasts a loud siren and flashing alarm to alert you and everyone nearby. Because the best part of travel isn't worrying, it's sleeping soundly. Birdie Box from She's Birdie. Locking in peace of mind wherever you stay. For safer, more confident travel, visit shesbirdie.com. That's SHESBIRDIE.com.
New customer, new market, new country. You're a growing business, but growth can bring complexity in the form of new sales tax requirements. More registrations, more filings, more deadlines. Now there's Numeral, the done-for-you sales tax solution that handles all the time-consuming details associated with sales tax, from registrations and filings to rates and remittance. Visit Numeral.com now to connect with a sales tax expert and get a free tax analysis. Numeral.com.
Hi, my name is Lloyd Audiscast. I'm going to have people on to tell unusual and sometimes far-fetched stories about their families.
I've heard my whole life that she invented the margarita.
And then we're going to investigate those stories and find out how much of it is true.
He gets a patent 1 month before the Wright brothers. Oh my God.
Please follow and listen to Family Lore, an Odyssey podcast, available now on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your shows.
You can't predict the future, but you can prepare for it. Arizona State University is building degrees for what's ahead, taught by world-class faculty who are shaping our future. Explore over 350 programs offered online at asuonline.asu.edu.
Today in your city, someone is walking their dog. Someone is crossing the street to their car. Someone's kid is riding a bike home. And they're counting on you to drive the speed limit. Speeding accounts for nearly 30% of traffic fatalities, and most of those crashes don't happen on the interstate. They happen on the streets where people live. Slow down. It's an act of care for the people around you. So remember, speeding catches up with you. Know the road and respect its limits. Presented by NHTSA. Now back to your streaming radio.
Carpal tunnel syndrome, heart failure that doesn't improve with common medicines. These are some signs and symptoms associated with ATTR-CM, or the cardiomyopathy of ATTR amyloidosis, a serious heart condition with symptoms that get worse over time. Amvuttra, vutrisiran, is a prescription medicine given by a healthcare provider that treats ATTR-CM in adults to reduce heart-related death, hospital stays, and urgent visits. In a clinical study, Amvuttra was proven to help people live longer and have fewer heart-related hospital stays and urgent visits over 3 years compared to placebo. Amvuttra lowers the amount of vitamin A in your blood, which can affect vision. Other side effects include pain in the arms or legs, pain in the joints, and shortness of breath. These are not all the possible side effects of Amvuttra. For prescribing information, call 1-833-256-2748 or learn more at amvuttra.com. Ask your doctor about Amvuttra for ATTR-CM.
You can stream the show or listen on demand anytime. Just download the Odyssey app.
That's AUDACY.
Save WEEI as a favorite and listen wherever you go. The Christian Arcan Show on WEEI.
Wells is ready. He throws. Caleb swings and tries one high in the left field. It is way back and is gone! More Fenway magic! Caleb Garden puts the Red Sox ahead 6-5.
It's somebody else every night.
It really is. Really someone new every night. Christian Arcan Show here, WEEI. We're live at Fenway. A rainy Fenway, although it is starting to let up a little bit. According to the Doppler radar, it will continue to rain tonight, so this game's been postponed. There will be a doubleheader tomorrow. They just had a doubleheader last week. So another doubleheader coming up real quick. It's funny, back in the day, my father used to tell me this, there used to be doubleheaders all the time. Just like every weekend there was a doubleheader somewhere. And they just often had them. That was not it wasn't like a rare thing. And they didn't only have them when there was a rain out. They would just schedule doubleheaders. They'd put them into the schedule. But they don't really do that anymore.
There was, I do remember from the schedule release late last year, there was plans to have a doubleheader in Seattle. Because Seattle, that was at the time of the World Cup.
Okay.
But then I think it was like the beginning of the year. They were like, no, what? We can work around this. So they stuck to the one game instead of the doubleheader.
Well, if you're a player, you don't want to lose a day off, right? So you'd rather have you'd rather have the doubleheader than to have to play on a day off. So I get that for them. You know, I'd rather play 2 games on one day than play on a day I wasn't supposed to play. I understand that mentality. But that's a lot of doubleheader. I mean, listen, these modern players don't have doubleheaders very often. So that is a lot, and it's a lot of bullpen for Chad Tracy to figure out. But I'll be honest with you, on Friday, I thought his bullpen in the second game with Rivera, who was scheduled to pitch today. Ranger Suarez, we heard Chad Tracy mention that Ranger Suarez was dealing with some soreness. I think they also didn't want to put him out there on a wet mound, which also makes sense. I hope it's more of that than the soreness part, because he hasn't pitched since July 5th, I want to say, and had that groin issue. So, he's a big part of what they've been doing. He pitched well enough to be an all-star, which is crazy since Sonny Gray wasn't, but that's neither here nor there. He had a very, very good first half, and is so far been worth the big money that they spent on him. And I think that, with Rivera coming in and pitching on Friday, that was not his best performance, and they had to go deep into the bullpen, and Tracy pulled every correct string, and they won that game. It was a real nice example of how he can really work a bullpen and pull the right string. So I was impressed by that. I think a lot of people were. I'm not worried about a doubleheader. I'm not worried about a potential Brian Bayo type of game where you have an opener or something like that, or, Suarez for a couple innings and then a long reliever. I feel pretty comfortable with Tracy in control of this bullpen. 617-779-7937 is your phone number. We got the phone lines open here and our Ford Clubhouse Fenway studio, as no Red Sox tonight, but you can talk with me as much as you want to. I do have some thoughts on the Tom Brady situation, because the Brady thing the discourse on it, I think, is getting a little silly. We'll get to that later on in the show. Also, I believe we'll be having a mystery guest on as well, as we are basically just freestyling this program here tonight, which I'm excited about. I wanted to mention also the history attached to what could be the next win that this team has. It would have to be tomorrow afternoon now, as there will not be a game tonight. But 15 straight wins would be the most that the Red Sox have had since 1946. 1946. That's 80 years ago. And the longest that this team has ever had, the Red Sox, who began as the Boston Americans in 1901, are 125 years old.
What?
This was their 120, right? Like on May 8th, that was the 125th year anniversary of their first home game, which wasn't at Fenway Park either, by the way. It was not here. I want to say, was it Nickerson Field? Or no, it was at that other, the one near Northeastern, which I think is still there. Or there's something still there now. Is where I think where they had their first home game. I should know this. But yeah, 125th. So this is a history.
We always come to you for 1940 Sox trivia.
You really should. I mean, there's no better person than me. Just me. It's like me and Gordon Eads, basically the two historians of the Boston Red Sox. What's up with Gordon Eads, by the way? What happened? You know, like he was around the team for a while, and then I don't know what happened with him. I haven't seen or heard from him in a long time. I like Gordon. Gordon was my guy. I know that him and Rich had a beef back in the day. But Gordon and I we were cool. Speaking of Gordons, are we going to hear from Gordo today, Joe?
I do think he will be joining the show at some point.
Okay,
we're just we're working out the kinks of when that might be.
All right, looks like 7:15 is a good time. We can do that. We can absolutely make that happen. 7:15. We also are considering a Dong report tonight, as there are no Red Sox games here. But that doesn't mean that there's going to be no Dongs. The only thing is we may have to do it early. We may have to do it at 8:40 or 8:30 instead of 9:30. But we'll keep you posted on all of that as well. Either way, there will be Dongs tonight. So get ready for that. First time we've ever had a Dong report at Fenway. A Fenway Dong report.
I know it's the Fenway. I know there's not a Fenway crowd, but I don't know if they're ready for it.
I don't think so. I don't think they will be. I don't know if there's a show at House of Blues tonight. People are going to be waiting in line for a show at the House of Blues while I'm doing the Dong report. It's going to be chaos out here. People are going to lose their minds. It's going to be like when the Scots were here all over again. At any rate, I do think that Durbin home run is going to be a play we all look back on. And I think Durbin's a good guy to kind of encapsulate this whole turnaround. Durbin going into June was hitting under 200. And he's a guy that I think a lot of people gave up on. I gave up on him. And then in June, he hit 326 and 6 home runs. And then in July, his production tailed off a little bit. And I think some of us were starting to think, maybe that 1 month was kind of like the Jackie Bradley Jr. one good month you get from the guy. But now, no one's going to remember that. They're not going to remember the bad start. They're going to remember that home run. It seemed like a game that really mattered last night. And, you know, this is a team with a storied history. A long, detailed, storied history. And they're 2 wins away from setting a franchise record, and not just some random, obscure franchise record. Consecutive wins. That's a pretty big one for any franchise. You know what I mean? Like, that's any like, if you're the all-time, if you have the longest win streak in the history of your franchise, even if you're a newer team, like the Rays or the D-backs or like the Marlins and Rockies or something, and you have the longest win streak ever for your team, that's impressive. But if you're the Red Sox and you're 125 years old, listen, this hasn't been a great season, but this has potential to be one of the all-time great stretches in the history of the franchise. And that is something. Unfortunately, it's not something we're going to see tonight, although as I look out the window, it has stopped raining. Can they unpostpone the game? Is that possible? Can you do that? Can someone connect me? Is there like a bat phone down here where I can call up to John Henry or say whoever's in charge of the deciding the weather stuff and tell them, hey, actually, Chief Meteorologist Christian Arcand has determined that it stopped raining and the sun's actually peeking out a little bit down here now. I kind of thought this would happen, by the way, just for the record. When it rains really hard like that, usually it only rains like that for like a minute, and then it clears up. And look, it's not raining now. So why aren't we on our way through pregame about to have our 15th win in a row.
Because it's probably going to start up again in maybe 20 minutes or so.
Oh, well, is it there, Mr. Al Roker? Okay, thank you very much. Oh, there's an Orioles fan outside. Very happy, I'm sure, that this game got rained out so we can kick your team's ass again. 617-779-7937 is the phone number. I'm talking smack to the fans walking by, and I can talk smack to you as well. Give a call, and we'll get to you. And also, we'll get to Gordo from Play Tessie. He'll join the show at 7:15. More surprises for you coming up as we go through it here. It's the Christian Arcand Show, WEEI.
93.7
WEEI, Boston's sports
original.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this rush hour ad to keep you calm, which could help your driving. And science says therapy is great for a healthy mindset. So enjoy this 14-second session on us. I think you've done everything right and absolutely nothing wrong. In fact, anything that hasn't gone your way could probably be blamed on your father not being emotionally available because his father wasn't emotionally available, and so on. And now that you're calm and healing, you're probably driving better too.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Hey, this is Richard Deitch, the host of the Sports Media Podcast. If you're interested in what's happening with all the places where you consume sports, the Sports Media Podcast has you covered.
I've been turning down interviews all week. Hoda Kotb reached out, Oprah, George Stephanopoulos. So I said no. I was booked on the Deitch Podcast before the Taylor Swift phenomenon. I must live up to my responsibility.
Listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Today in your city, someone is walking their dog. Someone is crossing the street to their car. Someone's kid is riding a bike home. And they're counting on you to drive the speed limit. Speeding accounts for nearly 30% of traffic fatalities, and most of those crashes don't happen on the interstate. They happen on the streets where people live. Slow down. It's an act of care for the people around you. So remember, speeding catches up with you. Know the road and respect its limits. Presented by NHTSA. Now back to your streaming radio.
Coleman!
It's electric!
Coleman Electric is wasting your time with this commercial. But that's the way it is with advertising. If you're not overweight, with low T and a flooded basement, half these ads aren't for you. Same with this one for Coleman Electric. We specialize in replacing knob and tube wiring, and you might not even have it. Most people don't even know what it is. Ask a guy if he's going to remove his knob and tube, and he says, "Nah, I can't. My wife wants another kid." No. Let me explain. Many houses around here were built 100 years ago and still have the original wiring. The wires would heat up, so they ran them around little knobs and through tiny tubes and called it knob and tube. But insurance companies call it a stinking fire hazard, and insulation companies won't even call back because they ain't touching it. If you've got knob and tube, join this century and book a free estimate with Coleman Electric to have it replaced. And if you don't have it, sorry we wasted your time. But thanks to your sacrifice, you've helped your knob and tube neighbor. Can I get a tissue? Welling up over here. KUHLMAN. Call Coleman.
It's electric!
How We Met Your Mother is the How I Met Your Mother Rewatch podcast with me, Josh Radner, and series co-creator Craig Thomas. Follow How We Met Your Mother wherever you get your podcasts.
Join us July 23rd and 24th for Springer's Jewelers' Mark Henry Rare Colored Gemstone event. I'm Lily.
And I'm Zoe. If you love colored gemstones like we do, you will simply have to come and experience these rare gemstone jewelry pieces for yourself.
Springer's Jewelers' Mark Henry Rare Gemstone event. 2 days only. Thursday, July 23rd in Portsmouth and Friday the 24th in Portland.
Book your personal tour of Mark Henry's collection right now at springersjewelers.com.
Join us for the legendary Mark Henry gemstones.
Today in your city, someone is walking their dog. Someone is crossing the street to their car. Someone's kid is riding a bike home. And they're counting on you to drive the speed limit. Speeding accounts for nearly 30% of traffic fatalities, and most of those crashes don't happen on the interstate. They happen on the streets where people live. Slow down. It's an act of care for the people around you. So remember, speeding catches up with you. Know the road and respect its limits. Presented by NHTSA. Now back to your streaming radio.
Hey, it's Lou. Let's take a look at who's swinging the lumber for Boston this week. Brought to you by the experts at CCL, Cape Cod Lumber.
Abreu is swung on, fly ball right field. Victor Mesa chasing. He's at the wall. It's gone! He always does it. His fourth home run in 2 days gives the Red Sox the lead.
For over 60 years, Cape Cod Lumber has served the building industry with expertise for your whole house, both inside and out. CCL is swinging the lumber for the 2026 Jimmy Fund Radio Telethon. CCL will honor great slugging performances every week by making a $250 donation to this year's WEEI Radio Telethon. Whether you're a builder, remodeler, or homeowner, swing a big stick this year and help CCL in the fight to cure childhood cancer. CCL and Homescapes for all your building needs. Learn more at cclco.com.
Understanding power requires more than headlines. I'm Peter Hamby, host of The Powers That Be, a podcast from Puck examining politics, economics, and media to provide context, analysis, and clarity without sensationalism. We ask how power operates, who benefits, and what's at stake. If you want to move beyond breaking news to deeper understanding, join us on The Powers That Be. New episodes every weekday. Follow The Powers That Be wherever you get your podcasts.
Of the Boston Red Sox.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Covering Boston sports and beyond. We're back to Christian Arcand on WEEI.
That was unbelievable. It was a heck of an effort. Had to come back multiple times and kept fighting back. Was a heck of a win.
Sort of make sense of this month, the whole thing?
We're playing good baseball. I know it's hard to win that many games in a row when you're playing good baseball, but we're doing a lot of things right. So I mean, yeah, the number of wins in a row is hard to believe, but they're playing, they're giving everything they got, and they're executing. And they're
studios. Nice to have you with us here tonight. No baseball. Red Sox rained out, and it is starting to drizzle back up a little bit here. The sun was peeking out. It is now clouded back over. They probably could have got like an inning or two in, but we're still a half hour away from, even more than that, from when first pitch was originally supposed to go. So maybe they were right. Maybe I was wrong. The problem with having another doubleheader, just the only thing about it, and I know, listen, they've overcome a lot of stuff here already, but it's hard to sweep a doubleheader. Teams only sweep doubleheaders like 52% of the time, I read. So they already swept one like last week. Now you got another doubleheader coming up here. You got this win streak going on. It's a bummer to think that it may end because of something like that.
Oh, come on. It's the Sox. These days, they never lose.
I know. It's true. They don't. I mean, they haven't lost in an awfully long time. But, some challenges getting put in front of them here, and two doubleheaders over the course of a week, less than a week even, is certainly right up there in terms of all that. So, I don't know. I mean, I think that there's just as likely to win as not. It's a 50-50 toss-up there. But I feel like they already did sweep one, and it's hard to sweep one. It's hard to sweep a doubleheader. It happens about slightly more than half the time. So that's all. I think I'll complain more about it when it gets there, when the time comes. And also, really, it's just a win streak. If they end up playing 500 baseball from here on out, and that's all it takes to maintain that wild card, then the win streak we'll all remember fondly, obviously, but win streak's got to end eventually. And I don't think anyone's expecting this to go on for the rest of the year. 617-779-7937 is your phone number. It's the Christian Arcand Show here at WEEI. Real quick, Joe. Just something we talked about last full show that we had. I was talking about Buzzy's roast beef. Rich was talking about roast beefs around here.
Yes.
And you said there's a Buzzy's roast beef on the Linway.
Yes.
I looked into it. That is Crazy Buzzy's roast beef and seafood, which I guess doesn't have any sort of family or corporate connection to the old Buzzy's roast beef in Boston.
I see.
I guess. I didn't. That was called Buzzy's Fabulous Roast Beef, the one next to the prison. And the one in Linwood, it's called something different. It's Crazy Buzzy's roast beef and seafood. And it may be like an homage, I guess, but I don't think it's like
no direct
like
connection.
A legit direct connection there. And I felt like we had to put that out there and just let everyone know.
Glad we could clear the air on that one.
Me too. How you feeling about this whole thing? You're right there. You're right up on the main stage of all this, Joe. How's this win streak going for you?
I love it. I absolutely love it every single day. I'm just still baffled. I don't know what your reaction was to the Durbin home run, but mine was just to laugh. I'm sure you saw like the booth reaction with Dave O'Brien and Will Middlebrooks, and Middlebrooks just, once it was a home run, he puts his head on the glass.
I thought Middlebrooks was going to like jump out the window. He was about to just like parachute down onto the field.
Two different reactions between him and Lou when Lou had the homer reaction to Abreu. But I literally was just laughing because I was just like, no way that this happens again. The fact that they turn around from being pretty much the worst team in baseball, at least the worst team in the American League, to now being what they're on right now. That's why I just laughed. I'm just like, there is no way that they actually turn this thing around.
Yeah, it's remarkable. It's a remarkable turnaround. It really is. And I heard Tom Warner talking with Tom Caron yesterday in the pregame show on Nesson there. I heard some of the clips from that later on. I think do we have some of those, Joe? We can maybe play some of those for you in a little bit. And let you know that feeling of euphoria is not just out in the stands. It's up there in the owner's box, too. They are pretty excited up there. They are pretty excited to be owning a team that now is suddenly winning games, and not just winning games, but streaking the way that they are. And it's good news for the owners. It's great news for Craig Breslow, who is a guy that, listen, I know I talked to Sammy last week, Braverman, and he was like, I'm not changing my mind about Breslow. We did our lists, and I think the biggest blunder that Zach had, or maybe it was you. It was either you or Zach, or I forget who it was Breslow starting the year with the offense that he started the year with. And in fairness, there have been a lot of changes to the lineup here since that day, since opening day. It's a totally different lineup. It looks completely different. Guys have been put on IL. Guys have been hurt and sent to Florida. Like, there's all sorts of different things going on here, but I don't know how you can watch this team and enjoy it and not feel any sort of tide turning here with Craig Breslow, right? Like, that's just basic common sense. You may not want to admit you were wrong, and I don't even know that you necessarily have to do that yet. You don't have to admit that you were wrong yet, but you do have to admit that this team going on this kind of historic win streak is something that the chief baseball officer does deserve some credit for. I mean, they're a playoff team right now. That if you're going to rip him for the way the team looked at first, then I think he deserves the praise for when the team rockets back up into the wild card. Me personally. How do you feel, Joe? Are you still anti-Breslow? How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm still pretty anti-Breslow, and it's not necessarily the moves that he's made, because almost every move he's made has turned out really good. Going back to last season with the Crochet trade and the signing of the Bregman at the time, signing Chapman, and then this year with Durbin, all those moves. It's the ones that he's not making, and it's the idea of, you filled in a gap, but you didn't fill in every single gap. You helped out with the Contreras trade, but you still needed one more big bat, at least going into the offseason, I thought.
You know what I think would have made a huge difference, even after all this? Is if Jarren Duran just had a normal season, not even like a great season, like if he just did what he did last year, which was a letdown. Like last year was kind of a letdown for him. OPS in the 700s, didn't hit a lot of home runs. Like if Duran had just been having a normal season up to this point, and I know he's hit some home runs, but he's still hitting under 200, and it just seems like, all they needed was just one extra bit of offense. And they just couldn't get it from a guy who, in his career, has way outperformed what he's been giving you this year. I think he's probably one of the biggest examples. I know Durbin is still, in the first couple of months, wasn't giving you much, but that's a guy who was 1 year removed from his rookie season. Jarren Duran's been around the block a few times, and to have him take such a dive, Contreras played pretty well. Rafael is having a good year. Abreu has had cold streaks, obviously, but he's in the middle of a hot one right now and has been steady enough. I think he just needed one more bit of offense, and if Duran had given it to you, I don't think we'd even be having this conversation. We wouldn't have had this conversation about Breslow.
Well, one of the other issues, too, going back to the moves that Breslow didn't make, is the fact that it kind of lucked out this year with the fact that Roman going down kind of cleared up this sort of outfield logjam that's been pretty much a dark cloud for the Sox for the last.
But then you filled it with Duran, who's hitting under 200. So
But that's
they don't have the logjam anymore. But you still have a guy who's not giving you anything.
Right, but the idea of Duran is continuing to bank on that he can continue to up his trade value. But newsflash, I don't think that value is going to be going up anytime soon. It's just going to continuously go down So you probably should have made that move this past offseason, maybe the offseason before, probably not right after the All-Star. But you had to clear up that outfield logjam because then you went into it with a guy like Masataka Yoshida, who now is a bench player when, as a hitter, not going to say like as an overall player, but as a hitter, he deserves to at least be in there every other day or get more playing time than he's been.
I agree with you 100%. And I think that, with 2 weeks, 3 weeks coming up here, a little less than 3 weeks until the trade deadline, or maybe less than 2 weeks now. It's August 3rd. It's the 21st. So yeah.
Which I believe is 2 weeks from yesterday.
2 weeks from yesterday. We're less than 2 weeks away from the trade deadline. And I would say at this point, even if they fall off a little bit, they'd have to really go, completely in the tank in order to fall out of contention at this point. They're a game and a half up in that wild card, and there's other teams right now not playing great baseball. So I feel like even if they do lose some games, some other teams are going to have to get very hot very quickly, which I guess the Red Sox just did, so I shouldn't completely count that out. But I think that you're getting close to decision time here, and decision time now is going to be where do you target? And, is Tom Warner so happy with the way that things are going that he doesn't want to disrupt it and they don't want him to go out and go crazy at the deadline? Or are they going to be smart about it, realize that this is going to be an active deadline with some haves and have-nots, and try and go out there and enrich themselves as well? We'll talk about that with your phone call, 617-779-7937. What do you want at the trade deadline? We'll get to that next.
Speeding catches up with you, paid for by NHTSA. Pat Boyle here to help you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. Padres and the Braves tonight in the ATL, and I think Atlanta continues their home cooking. They've got Reynaldo Lopez on the bump, who has bounced back really nicely after a poor start to the season. But this is a fate of Walker Buehler more than anything. He is not the pitcher he used to be. His ERA on the road this year is a disastrous 6.5. Even worse, his ERA in July is over 16. Not a typo. Braves on the run line at plus money is the play. I'm Pat Boyle. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
Hey, it's Black.
And Abdallah.
When you speed while driving, you have less time to react to whatever comes across your path.
A sharp turn could take you by surprise. Another car could turn out in front of you. A large truck could brake suddenly.
A pedestrian could be walking their dog, and you won't have time to course correct. The speed limit doesn't just protect you, it protects everyone around you.
So slow down, obey the law, and keep everyone on the road safe. Speeding catches up with you.
Paid for by NHTSA.
Today in your city, someone is walking their dog. Someone is crossing the street to their car. Someone's kid is riding a bike home. And they're counting on you to drive the speed limit. Speeding accounts for nearly 30% of traffic fatalities, and most of those crashes don't happen on the interstate. They happen on the streets where people live. Slow down. It's an act of care for the people around you. So remember, speeding catches up with you. Know the road and respect its limits. Presented by NHTSA. Now back to your streaming radio.
For over 200 years, Eastern Bank has been headed in a single direction, forward, helping you meet your personal financial goals and working with local businesses as the #1 SBA lender in Massachusetts. Eastern Bank. Join us for good. Learn more at easternbank.com, member FDIC.
Hey, it's Jen Hatmaker. Here's what I've learned in midlife. Joy isn't the reward you earn after all the work is done. Joy is the work. That's what this new series on For the Love is all about. The sacred yes. It's choosing delight, rest, and pleasure on purpose. Because saying yes to yourself, that's the thing that finally lets you fill your table with everybody else. Come find your sacred yes with me. Follow and listen to For the Love wherever you get your podcasts.
20 minutes if there's a game.
We believe local businesses are the lifeblood of New England. We believe they provide more than great products and timely services. They also provide jobs, housing, and above all, a true sense of community and culture. My name is Rich Spencer. I'm the CEO of Northeastern Savings Bank. Everything we do is to help New England-based businesses and the families that power them succeed. All deposits at Northeastern Savings Bank are insured in full. I invite you to try something better. I invite you to bank local.
Northeastern Savings Bank, member DIF and FDIC.
Save even more during Pro Savings Days at Lowe's. Milo's Pro Rewards members save up to 20% on in-stock molding when you spend $250 or more. And save up to 20% on in-stock pre-hung interior doors when you buy 6 or more. Load up today on the materials you need and get the most out of Pro Savings Days. Members get more at Lowe's. Valid through 7/31 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. Loyalty program subject to terms and conditions. See Lowe's.com/terms for details. Subject to change.
It's summertime and our savings are sizzling. That's right. Kimberly Day from Commonwealth Motors, and our summer celebration is in full swing.
Things are really heating up here with summer savings on every Kia, Honda, Chevy, Volkswagen, Nissan, and plenty of used vehicles.
We have plenty of fuel-efficient vehicles in stock and all on sale. And don't forget, we shop the competition daily to guarantee you our best price possible every day.
Not just gas savings, money savings too. We have 7 different finance plans and payments to fit every budget.
Take advantage of our summer celebration on every Honda, Volkswagen, Chevrolet, Kia, and Nissan, and hundreds of used vehicles. Sizzling savings.
Commonwealth Motors for 35 years, located right off Route 495, exit 103A in Lawrence.
Find us fast at shopuslast.com.
Sizzling savings on every Chevy, Volkswagen, Nissan, Honda, and Kia.
It's the best time of the year, our sizzling summer celebration. Shop us last, you'll love us.
I'm Susie Welch, the host of Becoming You, a podcast where I help you stop living by default and start living by design. Listen to Becoming You wherever you get your podcasts.
I scream. You scream. We all scream. Because Wendy's famous small classic Frosty is just $1 for a limited time. More screaming, happy screaming, summer screaming, dollar small classic Frosty screaming! But please don't scream in the drive-thru. It hurts the employees' ears. Get a $1 small classic Frosty for a limited time, only at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. A la carte only, not valid for delivery. Limit 10 per transaction. Price may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Most of us are one good deal away from finally replacing that worn-out rug, fixing up the backyard, or getting the bedroom we actually want. Good news, that deal's almost here. Wayfair's Black Friday and July sale. Get up to 80% off area rugs and up to 60% off outdoor and bedroom furniture. Shop Wayfair's huge selection of styles and find the piece to fit your style, budget, and space. Plus, free shipping. Black Friday in July ends July 27th. Shop today at wayfair.com.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
You're listening to Christian Arcan on WEEI.
We've always had confidence in Craig. I thought Craig made some brilliant moves in the offseason. He wasn't getting enough credit for some of the moves that he made, whether it was Ranger Suarez or Wilson Contreras. But he's working hard, and you know, we have confidence that if there's listen, it's not going to be easy, right? There are a lot of teams in the playoffs. Very few teams have sort of shown the white flag yet. But I know that they're working the phones, and I'm optimistic. But, you know, I just want to say something about Caleb Durbin, because, you know, I think that the true fans were obviously frustrated. I talked to Matt Arnold, who is the president of baseball operations for Milwaukee in May, and he said, look, this guy is really talented, and he's going to come around. And, you know, what was great is that the team had confidence in him. He was always playing brilliant defensively, and now his WAR is up there with some of the people that people wanted us to sign.
All right, so that was Tom Werner on with Tom Karen in the Nesson pregame show from yesterday. And listen, I understand everyone's happy, everyone's excited. But hearing Werner talk and really go on and on and on about, you know, Durbin's better than some of the guys that people wanted us to sign. Like, you know, there's a little tone in some of those responses that I'm not sure I'm super comfortable with yet. I'm not sure I'm ready for that yet. Okay? It is still July 21st. You still have a trade deadline to screw up, and you still have the entire month of August and September for things to go a certain way. So before we start, you know, doing the gritty in the end zone here, can we at the very least see what happens here at this deadline, see how all that gets handled, and see how we look going into the month of August? Just give it some time. We gave this team plenty of time, and there's still a long way to go, is all I would say. We always believed in Craig. Oh yeah, always. Okay. I guess you can say, hey, Craig wanted to fire Cora, and so we did it, and we stuck with him. We also got rid of some of his guys. Some of those driveline guys are out. Some driveline guys are still very much with the team and working with the team, though.
We've always had confidence in Craig.
You can't say the driveline's been expunged completely. But we've always had great confidence in Craig. If you had great confidence in Craig over the first 2 months of this season, well, then you're insane. I mean, how could you? Like, what? Confidence in what? They look terrible. The confidence in his ability to build a starting pitching staff? Okay, yeah, you can have confidence in that. That seemed like something that was at least a part of this team that didn't need to be completely overhauled. But offensively, I mean, come on. We all watch the same games. We all watch the same team. It was brutal. There was no confidence to have in Craig Breslow through April, May, and most of June. Why would you have had great confidence? The idea was, unless things drastically change, then we're going to start selling off some of our guys that are only here till the end of the year. Your Chapmans, your Sonny Gray, people who are not signed beyond next season. We'll trade them away as rentals, see what we can get, and that'll be that. We haven't been sellers in a long time. That was going to be the angle of it. We haven't been sellers in an awfully long time, not since, when, even 2020? Is there even a trade deadline that year? I can't even remember. That was the last time they, really sucked. But, the COVID year. But, other than that, Ron Renicky. It doesn't happen very often. That, I think, was likely going to be the spin that they gave it. Things didn't work out this year. We don't often have to do this, but we're doing it because we're real excited about some of, this guy and that guy and that guy, and we're going to build around them, and we'll be back stronger than ever. Some kind of line like that is what we were all expecting. It's what I was expecting. And instead, the unthinkable happened. Barring any kind of great turnaround, well, you can't bar it now because it's happened. That turnaround has happened. And we are experiencing it right now. Red Sox fans are genuinely disappointed that a game got rained out tonight. Earlier in the year, that would not be the case. This team was a bummer to go watch live earlier this season, all right? We all watched it together. We all know.
Yes.
Tom Werner, I'm happy just like he is. But I'm not ready to start celebrating yet. I'm not ready to start celebrating this team beyond
Let's go Red Sox. Let's go Red Sox.
I was there for that. I was there in the crowd when he did. Did I tell you that?
Oh, how cringeworthy must that have been in person.
It was in person. It was even worse. Oh, in person it was worse. Because the principal issue with it is that when you want to do a let's go anything chant, it's got to go, dun, 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 dun. That has to be the cadence of it. Dun, let's go, ba, ba, whoever.
And and then the clap right after. You don't constantly say
dun,
it.
Dun, 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 right. Let's go, whoever, bum, 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 bum. That's how you do it. Everybody knows that. Everybody in the world. My son's 4 years old. He knows that. Everybody knows that. And instead we get, play it again, Joe? Not even close. Like he's never heard anyone do it before.
Let's go Red Sox. Let's go Red Sox. Let's go Red Sox.
And then at the end, Lucchino's like, Red Sox. Just brutal. And you can't chant along with that either. We were in the crowd trying to chant along with it, but we're like, when's the clap part coming? What do you do? Come on, Tom. Give us a chant. We got to chant it back now. And we never got a chance to. He wanted to start a cheer. He was very adamant. He's like, I'm going to start this cheer. It was 2013. We were all out there getting ready for, it was funny because it's kind of a rainy day, kind of like today. And they had these flatbed trucks, and like the Dropkick Murphys were on a flatbed truck, and the truck got stuck in the mud. So we were all stuck there, and they couldn't really get the truck going, and we just got kind of an impromptu Dropkick Murphy show, which was kind of cool. But yeah, I was there. I was there live for the Let's Go Red Sox, for the horrific Let's Go Red Sox chant, started by Tom Werner, which is now that. Full Throttle is another one. That's the thing. When you don't talk that much, stuff like that becomes like all anyone's ever heard you say, When you don't talk to people that often, that's what's going to happen. And Warner talks way more than John Henry does. Warner's out there. He's a chatterbox compared to John Henry. John Henry, who you and I, Joe, called a mime earlier, and I guess there was a mime or some guy dressed like a mime harassing people out in Massachusetts somewhere, out in Cohitchard. I don't even know where it was. I don't know where it was. But I saw a picture of a guy. Kind of looked like Judge Doom from Who Framed Roger Rabbit, Christopher Lloyd with the hat. That's who I thought it was. But we may have more on that later with the New England Nightly News. I haven't decided what the Nightly News is going to be about tonight. But that's definitely in the running because that was a weird story. There's also a weird story in Copley Square today. Did you see that, Joe? The guy who hung the banner outside of his hotel room window in Copley Square.
He barricaded himself or something like that?
Barricaded himself in the hotel room. It was at Copley Plaza, and hung some weird banner with I don't know, some kind of weird political statement out the window. It was very odd. But they cleared out Copley Square. They made it this whole big thing. I don't know if that got resolved or what, but we may have something on that for you a little bit later on too. Once we do a little bit more investigating. Arcand Investigates. I was thinking about a new segment called Arcand Investigates. We investigate how the fruit flies got into the brand new studio. We should do something like that, like a true crime podcast. What do you think, Joe?
I'm down.
All right. Well, maybe we'll investigate the fruit flies and see if we can get to the bottom of it. And it'll be like our own, only murders in the building type of thing. 617-779-7937. Let's go to the phones. Tom is in Westfield. Go ahead, Tom.
Hello, Mr. Arcand.
Hi, Tom.
Hi, I love listening to your show. I think you're great. I think you should be the overnight guy.
The overnight guy. Well, I do nights already. Overnights would be kind of a
lot of them, but then they have that overnight like this. The U.S. overnight thing?
You're right. The national overnight, sure.
That's
they could just replay my show again. They basically did that on the night of the Jaylen Brown trade. The whole thing was just my show afterwards. But I could look into that for you, Tom. Just send the email to Mike Thomas or Ken Laird and just let them know.
Yeah, but I want to just tell you, why are you down on the Red Sox today?
Me? Who's down on the Red Sox? What are you talking about?
That's why I called.
Down on the Red Sox? What did I say that was down on the Red Sox?
I can't remember because I kind of had a couple beers and I'm wrapping a present, but you...
Attaboy.
I didn't want you to be down on the Red Sox, that's all.
Present for who, Tom?
My boss's son's 9th birthday.
9th birthday, okay. Are we talking
but I had to borrow
Pokemon?
$200 from my boss so I could make a birthday present for him.
Okay. Well, you don't want to spoil it for him. Thanks for the call, Tom. Appreciate it. That's nice of you. Present for the boss's kid. Was I being down on the Red Sox, Joe? I was maybe trying to reel in Tom Werner there before things get too out of control with this front office.
Yeah, if anything,
and everybody
you brought
bragging about a win streak.
Yeah, just slightly off of cloud nine, but just for a couple of minutes.
Just remember, Tom Werner, you own the Red Sox.
Yeah, you were also very upset that they didn't get to play today.
Right, yeah, sure. I'm bummed out. I wanted to be here live and watch them win their 15th straight game. Now, what this means is if they win the day game tomorrow, I could be here tomorrow night on hand to see them set the record, which would be pretty cool. But they have to win tomorrow. They have to sweep another doubleheader. That's very difficult to do. 617-779-7937 is the phone number. We'll continue with your phone calls here in just a moment. We will get a phone call from Gordo of the Play Tessie podcast coming your way at 7:15. Don't go anywhere. It's the Christian Arcand Show, live from Fenway.
Today in your city, someone is walking their dog. Someone is crossing the street to their car. Someone's kid is riding a bike home. And they're counting on you to drive the speed limit. Speeding accounts for nearly 30% of traffic fatalities, and most of those crashes don't happen on the interstate. They happen on the streets where people live. Slow down. It's an act of care for the people around you. So remember, speeding catches up with you. Know the road and respect its limits. Presented by NHTSA. Now back to your streaming radio.
The Recap Show is an inside look for fans into the world of global soccer, women's sports, and all things gal culture.
From the inside perspective of 2 World Cup champions and Olympians.
Follow and listen to The Recap Show wherever you get your podcasts.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
With the high price of new and used cars today, many drivers are choosing to keep their vehicles a lot longer. But with the average car now over 12 years old, most manufacturers' warranties have expired. I'm Danica Patrick. If your car is out of warranty, a single trip to the mechanic could cost you thousands. That's why smart drivers choose Endurance. If your vehicle is less than 20 years old, no matter the mileage, Endurance could have your car covered for the drivetrain, electrical, AC, transmission, and more. And Endurance is with you every step of the way, from filing a claim to paying the mechanic of your choice directly. And your rate won't go up no matter how many claims you file. Call Endurance now and choose the plan that fits your budget. Act now and get 1 year of elite benefits, a $2,000 value free.
For your fast free quote, call 800-291-0342. 800-291-0342. 800-291-0342.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at EnduranceWarranty.com.
From the Catches Law Injury Attorney Studios. Every game, all season, no subscription needed. The Sox play here. 93.7 WEEI-FM and HD1, Lawrence, Boston, and Odyssey Sports Station. Now, here's what's in our feed.
No Red Sox game tonight as it's been postponed due to weather. The Sox and O's will make up a day-night doubleheader tomorrow. First pitch for Game 1 will be at 1:35. First pitch of Game 2 will be at 7:10. You can hear all of it right here on 93.7 and across the Shaw's Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. Shaw is proud to be local since 1860. The Mass Mutual pregame show for both games is 1 hour before first pitch. Mass Mutual Insurance Planning Investments. I'm Joe Braverman. That's what's in our feed here on WEEI.
No balls, 2 strikes. Chapman is ready. He throws. Swinging a liner to short. Caught by Chang. It's 14 in a row for the Red Sox. Chapman walks the tightrope. The Sox cannot be stopped. 6-5 winner.
And in typical fashion, they get it done together as a team. It's not one guy. It's not the pitchers. It's not the offense. It's
You're listening to Arcan, the Christian Arcan Show on WEEI.
Christian Arcan Show, WEEI. We are live in our Ford Clubhouse Fenway Studios. Nice to have you with us here tonight. Red Sox and the Orioles rained out, although it has really stopped raining. It sprinkled a little bit, now is stopped again. There is supposed to be more rain in the forecast here tonight. But, yeah, you're supposed to be getting the first pitch around 5-10 minutes from now, and that game has been postponed. Will be a doubleheader tomorrow. 1:35 game in the afternoon, and normal 7:10 start time for the evening game as well. It'll be the second doubleheader for the Red Sox in the last 5 days. They had a doubleheader back on Friday with the Rays. They swept that doubleheader, and it is just a remarkable stretch that this Red Sox team is on right now. We heard a little bit from Tom Werner there. Chad Tracy spoke to the media here before this thing got rained out. We'll see if we can pull together some of that, some details maybe on Ranger Suarez, who was last night. As of last night, Tracy announced was going to be the starter today, and then this morning we heard that's not the case, as the team put out a statement saying it was going to be Rivera going again. He pitched the night game of the last doubleheader on Friday. He was going to go tonight, and maybe Bayo and bulk relief. I don't know. I don't know exactly what the plan was after that, but now they don't have to worry about it. It actually does kind of help him a little bit. I mean, no one, doubleheader's a doubleheader, but like with Rivera, who was supposed to be going here tonight, maybe the extra day helps out Suarez. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what ends up happening. But we did hear from Tracy, and Tracy deserves a ton of credit for what's happening here. Tracy deserves lots and lots of credit as well. You didn't really think there was much to the Chad Tracy tenure, because when a manager doesn't get that initial "you fired your old manager" bump, then what else is there really? Like, usually good teams don't fire their managers, and that little jolt when you do it, that wake-up call for the team is usually really all you have. And they didn't even get that. They went on for, it was, April 24th when they fired? It was at the end of April. So, they went all through May, most of June, and then finally now have started to play well. So it's not even like the Chad Tracy tenure got off to some roaring start either. It didn't. It was pretty underwhelming at first. But you got to give him credit. He's there every day. He's handling the bullpen very well. I like the decisions he's been making, and I feel like he has a good rapport even now. Initially, it was, he knows all these guys from the minor leagues, and yeah, that's kind of true, but Anthony's not there, and Meyer's not there anymore. Rafaela played for him, I think, but, you don't have a ton of guys, Tolle and Early and those guys, I guess, but, you don't have a ton of guys here who are all minor leaguers in this system that all really love Chad Tracy. I thought that was going to be something, important for the Anthonys and the Meyers and, those guys of the world, but it didn't really have much effect on either one of those guys. Anthony's been injured pretty much the whole time, and Meyer, we all sort of saw Meyer and what he was giving you, and that's where you're at. 617-779-7937 is the phone number. Gordo from Play Tessie going to join me here in about 10 minutes, but first let's hear from you. Let's start with Steve in Nashua, who has a thought on the Red Sox win streak. Go ahead, Steve. Steve? All right, we'll pop Steve on hold then, I guess, Joe. And go to Rick in Salem, who has a thought on Chad Tracy. Go ahead, Rick. Rick.
Hello.
Hi.
Oh, brother. Listen, the difference, I'm so glad they should have made that replacement a long time ago. Cora should have been gone a long time ago. He was never that good at handling the pitching. He was terrible in handling the pitching staff.
Terrible? I don't know if he was terrible. Yeah. This team had some long win streaks with Alex Cora as the manager. It's not like they've never had a win. They had a 10-game win streak going into the All-Star break last year with Alex Cora.
No, I know. Listen. But he got too comfortable. He was very stubborn in what he did. And he always said the veterans had to be playing. Even if I've seen him many times when a guy was just starting to get hot, he'd end up taking him out and giving him a day's rest when we're scuffling at the time. I could nitpick him all day long. I'm just so glad he's gone. I think this kid's a better young manager because of where he was in Worcester. He got a chance to see some of these players coming through. And this corner was very, very stubborn. And it's just, it's a blessing that he's out of here.
Yeah, Rick, listen, I think you speak for a lot of people. I'm kind of split on Cora and his stubbornness because I agree with you that he's stubborn, but I disagree that that's always a bad thing. I think sometimes you need to take a stand against a front office or, certain scouts or Driveline or whatever, if it's not meshing with you, the manager of the team, they take a lot of heat. The manager generally takes more heat than the chief baseball officer. Not right now because, the manager got fired, but prior to that, Alex Cora he's a front-facing guy who was good with the media. I thought a pretty good manager, but you're right, he was stubborn. I agree. And I think for someone like Craig Breslow, that ended up being too much of an issue. And it wasn't just him that left. It was the whole crew, including Jason Varitek. I mean, that was a house cleaning like you read about. But I also think that maybe not a 14-game win streak, but I certainly think that this team, as it's currently constructed, small ball or not, I think this team could have maybe not won 14 in a row, but won enough to get back into contention here under Alex Cora. I don't think that's impossible. I don't. I'm sorry. I think that there's a lot of stuff that's been going on here in the last couple of weeks that certainly could have happened with Alex Cora managing because, let's face it here, some of the stuff is just luck from early in the season evening out because they got pretty unlucky early on in those first 2 months. They lost a lot of games a lot of different ways. And sometimes it was just a bad bounce of the ball. Sometimes, you hit a laser beam with runners in scoring position, but it's right to somebody. And, the box score doesn't tell you any of that. All you know is that, they lost another one-run game. Oh, they lost another game when trailing after 6 or whatever it is. I mean, the stats are what they are. They had a terrible, terrible stretch. But even that, eventually you're going to have to win some of these games when you're trailing in the 8th. Even terrible teams win a few of those. They weren't winning any of them. They couldn't do anything. And it was brutal, man. I mean, it seemed like it was never going to end. But now it's starting to turn a little bit. You know, Jarren Duran's blooper lands in between the fielders here this time around last weekend. You know, like certain things are just going their way. And sometimes it's just as simple as that. And when you're hot, everything goes your way. And the Red Sox right now are having a little bit of that. That game last night I thought was a great example of how when you're hot, things go your way. That was a game that the Orioles did not lay down for. You know, they were down, you were down. Lead changed hands back and forth. Neither starter was really all that impressive. I didn't think Boz was very good, and Boz is generally great against the Red Sox. He has great numbers against Boston. And the Red Sox did a nice job against them.
Which I'm so surprised, not to sidetrack, but you didn't say anything about that blonde mustache he always carries.
I know. I usually do. I usually mention his platinum blonde mustache because it looks like he's in a Got Milk commercial. But yeah, I figured, you do it too much, it stops being funny. So I didn't mention it last night. And wouldn't you know it, maybe he feeds off of people insulting his mustache because every single other time he's pitched well.
Get Toley out there to show him what a real mustache looks like.
It was a pretty stark mustache contrast last night. It really was. Boz and the platinum blonde against Toley and I don't even know what you call Toley's. Toley's was like W.B. Mason kind of like W.B. Mason mustache situation going on there, which, to each his own. But yeah, Baltimore, Toronto, you're beating division teams. Their record against division teams was pretty bad. And now no one wants to play them. No one wants to play the Red Sox. I don't think any team in the league really ever wanted to hit against these starting pitchers all year. And so there was probably, you win games, but you got to grind them out a little bit. You're not going to score a lot of runs here unless you get to the starter early and get into that middle relief, which also begs the question. The trade deadline coming up here. We all agree we want him to get more offense. But how about that bullpen? Because one of the, I don't even want to call it sneaky. I was about to say one of the sneaky biggest problems, but it wasn't really sneaky. It was kind of right out on Front Street. One of the biggest problems this team had was middle relief. If they didn't get deep into the back end of the bullpen, they were not closing those games out. They were not bridging the gap.
Yeah, the beautiful thing of the emergence of Tyron Guerrero, because now you got Guerrero, Slayton, Whitlock, Chapman.
Yeah, Guerrero's made a huge difference. Before that, it was Weissert. Guys that just weren't necessarily cut out for that much responsibility. And yeah, Guerrero, since he's been called up, has been excellent. He's throwing 103 last night. Did give up, got in a little bit of trouble there, but was still throwing gas, and did get out of it and managed to keep it close. So there you go. 617-779-7937 is the phone number. Let's take one more call here before we go to break. Raj is in Lexington. Go ahead, Raj.
Hi, nice show.
Thank you.
I just wanted to do a little compare and contrast between Cora and Tracy, and I've got the perfect solution here.
Okay.
Cora for the playoffs and Tracy for the regular season. I agree with the previous caller that Cora probably got a little too comfortable here. And I think that was showing up in some of these one-run losses and having too much faith in some people and so on. Regarding the team itself, I just would like them to address some of these roster construction flaws, and we're going to find out soon what ownership really believes in the team rather than just showing up in the owner's box, when the team is on this winning streak and sounding all of these, nice, pithy phrases. Just wanted to hear your thoughts on some of that, and thank you.
Raj, thanks for the call. Thanks for the kind words. Tom Werner has spoken, folks. Henry's not going to talk. Fine. Werner spoke. And he said, we believe in this team, and we've always believed in this team, which, yeah, sure. But if that's what you're saying, well, then that, to me, means that Craig Breslow has the green light to go out there and swing big, right? I just feel like I've heard that before. I feel like I hear that every year. I feel like every single year we get to the trade deadline. We're going for a big swing here. Really? Are you? Okay. I was hearing rumors about that already, and I don't want people printing that. Don't go spreading that around. Don't spread this team's propaganda until they actually give you a reason to. Well, we're hoping to swing big. Yeah, of course you are. Everybody's hoping to do whatever. What are you actually doing? Don't tell me what you're hoping to do. Just do it.
You did say last week, any notion of this, you're striking down. So it's good. This is the first one, and you're striking it down.
Yeah. I mean, it's Tom Warner. It's the owner. So him saying it puts it on the record. But him saying it doesn't necessarily guarantee to me that it's going to happen. So, I heard full throttle from the same guy. And there was not full throttle that year. I think, what was that? Corey Kluber was your opening day starter that year with the full throttle, I think. So let's not throw the parade just yet. However, he has spoken, and what he put on the record was that ownership believes in this team and that they always have. And if you always have, well, then you better invest at the deadline. 617-779-7937, your phone number. When we come back, Gordo from the Play Tessie podcast joins us over the phone here. It's Christian Arcand live from Fenway.
Create a space you can't wait to be in. It all starts at Frank Webb Home. With personal service and expert guidance at our local showrooms, we can help you find the bath, kitchen, and lighting solutions you need to enhance your space. With more selection and more expertise. Personal service to help you find your personal style. Visit frankwebb.com to schedule a free consultation in one of our 48 showrooms across the Northeast. Make yourself at home at Frank Webb Home.
You can't predict the future, but you can prepare for it. Arizona State University is building degrees for what's ahead. Programs designed around emerging fields, taught by faculty whose research is shaping our future, not just teaching about it. It's why we've been ranked #1 in innovation for more than a decade. Your future is worth preparing for, and you don't have to prepare alone. Future-proof your career. Explore more than 350 programs at asuonline.asu.edu. That's a degree better.
Tonight in your city, someone is walking their dog. Someone is crossing the street to their car. Someone's kid is riding a bike home. And they're counting on you to drive the speed limit. Speeding accounts for nearly 30% of traffic fatalities, and most of those crashes don't happen on the interstate. They happen on the streets where people live. Slow down. It's an act of care for the people around you. So remember, speeding catches up with you. Know the road and respect its limits. Presented by NHTSA. Now back to your streaming radio.
On the Powers That Be podcast, we examine the players and currents behind today's most consequential decisions. Join us. Listen to the Powers That Be, wherever you get your podcasts.
You can listen to WEEI on your smart speaker.
Just say, play 93.7 WEEI.
The Christian Arcand Show on WEEI.
Well, tonight it has been rained out. The tarp's still on the field. Although I'm not seeing
Are there any
raindrops
tarps off the field?
No. Although tarps were off last night, boy. Ooh. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Tarps were off in the stands. Tarps were off on Lansdowne Street last night as well. couple of pressed bellies up on the glass, which was nice. Kind of nice there. And
what a lead into our guest.
It certainly is. Haven't seen him press his belly up on the glass yet, but the night is young. That, of course, would be our good friend Gordo from Play Tessie, who joins us here on the Christian Arcand Show. Hello, Gordo. How we doing? How are the tarps, buddy?
Tarps are on, man. I don't know. We were at Fenway earlier today. The tarp, it looks like a big slip and slide. It's very. You could be opportunistic if you wanted to be.
Yeah, I definitely could. No, I don't think anyone's here. I might be trapped in Fenway Park, honestly. So I might as well go out there and have some fun. Speaking of having some fun, nice to have an actual baseball season to talk about, isn't it?
Out of nowhere, right? You never thought it would get here, but 3 weeks and all of a sudden you go from the worst team we've seen that we've ever seen. Really, it was like on pace for the worst since the 30s, and now they're on a win streak longer than any streak they've had since the 40s. It's just both sides of the spectrum that none of us have seen.
Who do you credit the most on the roster? If you could pick one player that you would say is emblematic of this turnaround, who would you say it is?
Hard not to go with Caleb Durbin, right? Because you see a guy like Wilson Contreras, as great as he's been, he was great when they were terrible. You could look at the starting pitchers. They've all been great. They were great when the team was terrible. Same with the bullpen. The one guy who really embodies the team turnaround, the guy who was one of the 2, 3, 4 worst hitters in the sport, and now he's one of the spark plugs on this team, both at the plate and in the field. It's Caleb Durbin. Just what he's done, including last night especially, but just all across the board, seemingly every day impacting these games. And his turnaround, it's not shocking that the team has started to play a lot better now that he's playing better.
Yeah, no question about it. And you've been at Fenway a lot. You guys, all of you have. You're here all the time. And you've noticed, I mean, certainly in the first couple of months, how much of a bummer it was to come here and how fans would just walk out of this place depressed almost on a nightly basis. And to see that kind of switch, that Durbin home run last night, is about as live as it's been here in 5 years. How's that looked from your perspective?
Yeah, I mean, it's a completely different ballpark. And you know what, Arkan? Like, going into the break, yeah, like there was the Yankee series, and that was great. But the vibe in that park, it was more so like, we're enjoying this for now because we're beating the Yankees. It's the Yankees, and we're doing this, and this is great, and we're going to enjoy this. And then they come back from the road trip in the All-Star break, and really not that much time has passed, but the situation's just completely changed, and everyone's all the way bought in, and everyone's just been waiting for them to come home. And now people are actually excited to go to the games. There's no more sell the team chants at the ballpark. It's the environment that you want at Fenway Park on a summer night that I don't think anyone thought we were going to get. I thought it was just, how much is this thing going to crash and burn? And for it to stand as tall as it is right now, I every day I wake up not believing it's real.
I know. I'm kind of with you. It doesn't really. It seems like Mom's going to wake me up from telling me it's time to go to school any minute now. I talked with your colleague Sammy last week, and I asked him if there was any change in his opinion on Craig Breslow, and he said no. How about you? Has your opinion on Craig Breslow changed?
Yes and no. I mean, I never was on the boat of like, let's get this guy out of here right now. But I was always under the impression that, like, listen, you hear all these rumblings of people in the front office aren't happy and this culture is broken. And if those things were true at the end of the year, I just don't know how you could have justified bringing him back. But everything looks so good right now. And granted, I guess we haven't heard from people on the inside there if that stuff has changed, but you'd have to think people are happier going to work right now. And if all that stuff is the way it kind of seems based on the play on the field, yeah, I mean, I don't think obviously you do move on from Craig Breslow if the team keeps doing what they're doing. It would look like he was right and everyone else was wrong.
Yeah, certainly seems that way. I wanted to get your take, and people in the Twitch chat are asking me to ask you guys about this. Jaron Duran going after a fellow podcaster, not on your podcast, obviously, but saying he wanted to take a swing at Tyler Milliken, which, let's be honest here, we've all fantasized about doing that. But when there's a player on podcast beef, do the podcasts all join together? Is it like, or do sides get drawn? How does that work?
Well, I wouldn't blindly side with Milliken just because he's a podcaster, but it's hard to hear that story and see him as having done anything wrong. I mean, Jaron Duran flips the bird at a fan, and it gets caught on TV, and he's blaming someone else for tweeting the picture when he's the one who did the deed, and that it was on TV for everyone to see. So for him to say those things, yeah, I thought it was pretty disrespectful and disappointing. I mean, that's really all there is to say about it.
You guys get you have in-depth interviews with a lot of these players. You seem to get along well with them. Is it sort of hard to walk that line when you want to criticize them when they're having a bad season, but also trying to get that kind of access? I mean, you guys have been doing this a few years, but in a year like this where the first 2 months are just so miserable, does that line get kind of blurred or no?
Yeah, it can be tough. Like you have to stay true to yourself and how you feel about what's happening on the field. And, you know, at times like these guys are going to see things. I know they say that they try not to, but they're in the limelight here. It's impossible not to see these things at times. And, you know, if they disagree with something that you said, then that's why we're at the ballpark. People can come up and talk to us about it if they want to. But you have to stay true and honest. Like if you start changing what you're saying and saying that, oh, this guy's got like this ADRA, but no, he's not bad because he was nice to us and gave us an interview that one time, then you're not going to be a voice that people trust. So hopefully guys understand that people aren't coming after them as people if they are performing badly on the baseball field. It's truly just looking at the game and talking about it as you see it.
Yeah, no question about it. All right, where does this is this win streak going to get to 16 games? Are we going to see the longest win streak in Red Sox history? I want a prediction from you.
I mean, why would I ever say they're going to lose, right? If you said they were going to lose any time in the last month, you were probably wrong. Doubleheaders are tough, but they did it against the Rays, right? I know the O's are as hot as any team that they've faced recently, but they got the job done last night, and it kind of feels like the baseball gods, everything is coming up Red Sox lately. So I'm not going to sit here and pick against them until they lose. We'll have that conversation then.
What's the biggest roadblock between this team and staying where they are in a postseason berth? Just based off of what you see right now, it could be pitching injuries, offense, whatever. Like, what do you think is probably their biggest obstacle at the moment?
Well, they do need to add a bat at the deadline, and the more they win, they'll get there. But I actually think the biggest obstacle is going to be how are some of these arms, Peyton Tolley, Connolly Early when he's back, Jake Bennett. Like, they've got some starting pitchers here that are eclipsing their career highs, professional highs in innings. And some guys like Crochet blew by his previous career high last year, and he was fine last year at least. Obviously, you're seeing maybe some of the results of that this year. But he got the job done last year. Other guys get to those innings, and then all of a sudden their velocity starts to dip. They become more hittable. They become vulnerable. And if the Red Sox have 2 or 3 of these starters become more vulnerable, it's a different team because your starting pitching isn't maybe number 1, 2, 3, whatever in baseball at that point. So how those guys hold up is going to be the biggest roadblock for me. It's not like you can trade for other starting pitchers to prematurely replace them. Like, you're going to go where those guys are going to take you. And if those guys can hold up, this team can be dangerous. But if not, it's going to be a completely different looking team.
That's Gordo from the Play Tessie podcast. You can also hear him with Brad Foe on the Baseball Isn't Boring show Sundays here on WEEI. Gordo, great stuff as always, man. Thanks for calling in. It was pretty impromptu. I appreciate the time.
Thanks for having me, Arkan.
Very good. Gordo, Play Tessie. Follow him on Twitter. Great sharer of news. And certainly follow the Play Tessie podcast and listen to it every time it comes out. 617-779-7937 is the phone number. It's a great podcast, except for the producer. Just drags the whole thing down.
I know. I've heard he is so annoying.
Just such a bummer. When's the new episode coming out? I should have asked Gordo, but Joe, I'll ask you.
We got a Who Says No episode coming out tomorrow.
Excellent.
I know the last Who Says No, Sammy wanted to bring back Rafael Devers.
I heard
that was the one. Yeah. That was the one we were teasing. We didn't want to give it away, but Gordo has a deal, and he is on the buy train. He's got a big star he wants to bring in.
Okay, that sounds great. We'll talk a little bit about that. Who do you guys want? 617-779-7937 is the phone number. We gave you some options last week. We'll explore some more of those when we come back.
93.7 WEEI.
Boston's sports original.
For most businesses, sales tax is hard. There are over 11,000 tax jurisdictions in the U.S., each with its own set of rules. How do you stay compliant as you grow? Easy. Numeral. Numeral is the AI-native sales tax solution. We handle all your registrations, ongoing filings, rates, and exemptions, so you can do what you do best. Build your business. Sales tax is hard, but Numeral is easy. Go to Numeral.com today to speak with one of our sales tax experts. That's Numeral.com.
Hey man, you hungry? Let's order delivery.
Yeah, I was thinking...
Italian.
Burgers?
Oh. Game night just got tense. Two bros on different sides of the fence. Burgers or pasta tonight? Why can't we have food without the fight?
With Wonder, you can combine 20 restaurants in one delivery, so no one has to settle. Use code MEALTIME for 50% off your first Wonder order. Terms apply. See wonder.com/new customer.
How We Made Your Mother is a rewatch podcast that looks back episode by episode at the hit TV show How I Met Your Mother. It's hosted by me, Josh Radnor, along with series co-creator and my friend Craig Thomas.
Follow How We Made Your Mother wherever you get your podcasts.
Tonight in your city, someone is walking their dog. Someone is crossing the street to their car. Someone's kid is riding a bike home. And they're counting on you to drive the speed limit. Speeding accounts for nearly 30% of traffic fatalities, and most of those crashes don't happen on the interstate. They happen on the streets where people live. Slow down. It's an act of care for the people around you. So remember, speeding catches up with you. Know the road and respect its limits. Presented by NHTSA. Now back to your streaming radio.
Honey, did you invite the minions over?
Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning, was online in minutes, then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi?
They even brought their own devices and spellbook.
You didn't give them the new Wi-Fi password, right?
No.
That's good.
I gave them our old one. Because Xfinity lets us keep the same network name and password so devices connect instantly.
What do they want Wi-Fi for anyways?
Better not to know. Plausible deniability.
Get streaming or scheming instantly with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in one price for the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi for 5 years. Guaranteed. And see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
I started Ornaut in 2013, and we make bike apparel. The best part of Shopify for me is our ability to run the business as essentially non-technical people. We're able to admin everything on the back end, front end, and sell things online easily. If Shopify were a bike accessory, I think it would actually be the bicycle. It's the thing that you do the thing on. We run the business on Shopify. Start your free trial on shopify.com.
Life can feel overwhelming, but on my podcast, From the Heart with Rachel Brathen, we're in it together. Every Friday, a new episode brings you a new story with topics on motherhood, wellness, self-love, and more. Listen to From the Heart with Rachel Brathen wherever you get your podcasts.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Another app for inventory, one for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
I'm Piera Palazzolo, VP of Digital Marketing for the American Management Association, a company focused on the management training skills needed to enhance the careers of business professionals. We did our research when it came to the best companies for website development and chose AmericanEagle.com. And we couldn't be happier. AmericanEagle.com worked closely with us to understand the front and back end requirements needed to launch an e-commerce website that could handle the complexities of running thousands of seminars nationwide. Our robust new website and improved SEO saw immediate increases in site traffic and web revenue. If you're in need of managerial effectiveness and success, visit our website at amanet.org. If you're in need of a website that provides an unparalleled consumer experience, I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Transform your business today. Dial 877-WebNow1 for a free digital consultation with AmericanEagle.com.
You're listening to Christian Arcand on WEEI.
There are some others out there, at least names being tossed around, that would make a lot of sense for the Red Sox. And shortstop is a position, I think, of import to them and of focus to them. And we added a new name, guys, to that top 100 trade candidate list. And number 6 is Zach Neto from the Los Angeles Angels. Now, I don't know if it's going to be specifically Neto. There's an opportunity to go out and potentially get Jeremy Pena from the Houston Astros, and even C.J. Abrams, who's had a great year, but probably not a shortstop long-term, could be had as well. And I think the Red Sox are going to try and be aggressive, and I don't blame them. When you win 14 games in a row like this, when you rescue your season from the depths in the doldrums where they were for the first, 80-something games, you just have to go and do it.
Someone I didn't think, and David Lloyd too. Those two guys have been there for decades. But that's the business. Unfortunately, sad news. I thought.
Ironically, it's probably budget news because of the guy that Passan was on.
I mean, very possibly. I thought he just got paid, I don't know. I'm not going to pretend like I know what ESPN's financial situation is or who's getting what or whatever. I do know that Stephen A. and McAfee make an awful lot of money, and we live in a capitalist country, and they get paid what the market will bear. So I'm not going to sit here and hate on them for it, but it is a shame when, someone like Carl Ravitch loses their job. That's wild. I'm sure Ravitch will end up somewhere, MLB Network seems pretty natural for a guy like him or anywhere else, but man, just a fixture, really, like a fixture in baseball. I was at a bar the other night, and the top 10 plays were on, and they showed a lot of baseball plays. And all I could think of was, man, I missed web gems on Baseball Tonight. I missed the web gems, the countdown with the web gems, and how during Baseball Tonight, if there was like games that were on and a run got scored, I'd go, da-da-da-da-da, which meant like, hey, coming up here, we're going to have an update for you on some game that's going on. I used to love that. Oh, man, I used to love that. It was a different time, obviously. But, yeah. Ravage. Carl Ravage. It's crazy to me. How do you move on from Carl Ravage? 617-779-7937. Let's go back to the phones here. Joe is in Lincoln. Go ahead, Joe.
Hey, Christian, I have a little fantasy. You may be the one to appreciate it.
You've come to the right place, my friend.
I figured that. So the Red Sox were dreadful, and now they're amazing.
Yes.
And they're a little over 500. Can you imagine what a season where, let's say they'd won 2 out of 3, then they lost 2 out of 3, then they won 2 out of 3, maybe they won 3 out of 4, and they'd be 3 games above 500. Now we'd say, yeah, it's okay. We'd be kind of like, okay, ho-hum. But this amazing, oh, we can't stand these guys. They're awful. It's horrible. Now suddenly, oh, they're great. Isn't this kind of a little more exciting, a little more fun to be a fan like this?
Yeah, Joe, I'd agree with you, but I also think you got to take into consideration the rest of the American League. Like a team that wins some series and loses some series but ends up 3 games over 500, which is where they are right now, is one of the better teams in the American League. It might be frustrating for people who thought the team would be better than that, but you can't get too upset when you see all these other teams actively sucking out loud, and you're better than that. You know, like that's the Red Sox are lucky that the rest of the American League was this stagnant and gave them the opportunity to make this comeback. But if they were just playing, 500 ball-ish and then never had a 14-game win streak, then, yeah, I mean, I guess this is definitely exciting. But it also, in the back of my mind, and I'm sure, a lot of people's minds, those first 2 months are still kind of burned in there. And, as great as this is right now, this is the first time that this team has looked competent all year. Competent. Not good. Like, okay. That is, that's tough to shake. The first 2 months of the year is going to be a tough image to shake for people. But if they keep on winning, then, what's the difference? If the Red Sox had just played 500 baseball prior to this win streak that they've gone on, if they were a 500 team, then they would currently be the second best team in the American League. The Tampa Bay Rays are 15 games over 500. So they would be 1 game back of Tampa. They would be 2 games ahead of the Yankees. And they would have the 5th best record in baseball if prior to this win streak they had just played 500 ball. Which I know it's dumb to do stuff like that, but it is sort of worth pointing out that this win streak they're on is not just some flash in the pan. It may end up being that, but right now we're looking at history potentially for this team. 617-779-7937 is the phone number. Let's go back to the phones. Johnny's in Brooklyn. What's up, Johnny?
Arcand, what's up, buddy? Thanks for the call. I want to know what you think of this. I can see the Yankees trading for Devers, and I want to know how that would make you feel. And also, do you think what Duran is going to be here after the deadline? And we're going to have to keep watching this guy. Let me know. Thanks.
Well, the thing about Duran is that I don't know how much value there is there right now with him. I think if you try and dump Duran, it's going to have to be as a throw-in. All right, well, you got to take Duran, right? And usually when it's stuff like that, it's not a deal that is favorable to the Red Sox. I don't think if they're going out there trying to find some offense, some team's not going to trade their bat to you and get prospects back or whatever and then say, oh, yeah, and also give me Jarren Duran. No, it's going to have to be, all right, well, if we're taking Duran, then you're going to have to give us more. And that's too bad. I mean, it's too bad that it's come to that with him. And, not to mention some of the off-the-field stuff. And that Milliken thing certainly didn't make a lot of new fans for him either. Not that Milliken's, special or anything like that. It's just, going after a guy who tried to make things right and who didn't really do anything that bad to you in the first place. Saying all that, just, relax, man. Really relax. Not everyone's out to get you. It was a tough 2 months, and you're still hitting under 200. Like, that's, we're paid to come out here and not lie to people and not blow smoke up everyone's skirt. They don't pay us to do that. They don't pay, just like they don't pay you to hit 200. So, that's where we are. I don't think that there's going to be a team that's going to want him. I think he will be here. I do think there's a possibility that they go out in the trade market, try and find some corner outfield help, and then something with Duran happens, like maybe what happened with Trevor Story or Marcelo Meyer or whoever. And I'm not saying that I hope he gets hurt or anything like that, so don't take it that way. But, you bring in somebody at left field who's going to produce more for you, and all of a sudden it's an IL stint for Jarren Duran. Like, that wouldn't shock me at all. They've already done that several times this year with other players. So I think he'll be here. I think he'll be here on the roster. Will he actually be, on IL or on the active roster? That remains to be seen. I would be surprised if they found a willing trade partner for him. I just don't think that the conditions are correct for a move like that with a guy like him. 617-779-7937. We'll continue with your phone calls right after this. Yes, blessing the rains down here on Lansdowne Street. It's the Christian Arcand Show, WEEI. It's supposed to be Red Sox baseball tonight. It has been rained out. The tarp's still on the field, although I'm not seeing
Are there any
raindrops
tarps
here.
off the field?
No, although tarps were off last night, boy. Ooh, oh yeah, absolutely. Tarps were off in the stands. Tarps were off on Lansdowne Street last night as well. couple of pressed bellies up on the glass, which was nice. Kind of nice there. And
What a lead into our guest.
It certainly is. Haven't seen him press his belly up on the glass yet, but the night is young. That, of course, would be our good friend Gordo from Play Tessie, who joins us here on the Christian Arcand Show. Hello, Gordo. How we doing? How are the tarps, buddy?
Tarps are on, man. I don't know. We were at Fenway earlier today. The tarp, it looks like a big slip and slide. It's very. You could be opportunistic if you wanted to be.
Yeah, I definitely could. No, I don't think anyone's here. I might be trapped in Fenway Park, honestly. So might as well go out there and have some fun. Speaking of having some fun, nice to have an actual baseball season to talk about, isn't it?
Out of nowhere, right? You never thought it would get here, but 3 weeks and all of a sudden you go from the worst team we've seen that we've ever seen. Really, it was like on pace for the worst since the 30s, and now they're on a win streak longer than any streak they've had since the 40s. It's just both sides of the spectrum that none of us have seen.
Who do you credit the most on the roster? Of if you could pick one player that you would say is emblematic of this turnaround, who would you say it is?
Hard not to go with Caleb Durbin, right? Because you see a guy like Wilson Contreras, as great as he's been, he was great when they were terrible. You could look at the starting pitchers. They've all been great. They were great when the team was terrible. Same with the bullpen. The one guy who really embodies the team turnaround, the guy who was one of the 2, 3, 4 worst hitters in the sport, and now he's one of the spark plugs on this team, both at the plate and in the field. It's Caleb Durbin, just what he's done, including last night especially, but just all across the board, seemingly every day impacting these games. And his turnaround, it's not shocking that the team has started to play a lot better now that he's playing better.
Yeah, no question about it. And you've been at Fenway a lot. You guys, all of you have. You're here all the time. And you've noticed, I mean, certainly in the first couple of months, how much of a bummer it was to come here and how fans would just walk out of this place depressed almost on a nightly basis. And to see that kind of switch, that Durbin home run last night, is about as live as it's been here in 5 years. How's that looked from your perspective?
Yeah, I mean, it's a completely different ballpark. And you know what, Arcand? Going into the break, there was the Yankee series, and that was great. But the vibe in that park, it was more so like we're enjoying this for now because we're beating the Yankees. It's the Yankees, and we're doing this, and this is great, and we're going to enjoy this. And then they come back from the road trip in the All-Star break, and really not that much time has passed, but the situation's just completely changed, and everyone's all the way bought in, and everyone's just been waiting for them to come home. And now people are actually excited to go to the games. There's no more sell the team chants at the ballpark. It's the environment that you want at Fenway Park on a summer night that I don't think anyone thought we were going to get. I thought it was just, how much is this thing going to crash and burn? And for it to stand as tall as it is right now, I every day I wake up not believing it's real.
I know. I'm kind of with you. It doesn't really. It seems like Mom's going to wake me up from telling me it's time to go to school any minute now. I talked with your colleague Sammy last week, and I asked him if there was any change in his opinion on Craig Breslow, and he said no. How about you? Has your opinion on Craig Breslow changed?
Yes and no. I mean, I never was on the boat of like, let's get this guy out of here right now. But I was always under the impression that like, listen, you hear all these rumblings of people in the front office aren't happy and this culture is broken. And if those things were true at the end of the year, I just don't know how you could have justified bringing him back. But everything looks so good right now. And granted, I guess we haven't heard from people on the inside there if that stuff has changed, but you'd have to think people are happier going to work right now. And if all that stuff is the way it kind of seems based on the play on the field, yeah, I mean, I don't think obviously you do move on from Craig Breslow if the team keeps doing what they're doing. It would look like he was right and everyone else was wrong.
Yeah.
You're listening to Christian Arcand on WEEI.
Christian Arcand Show here at WEEI. We are live in our Ford Clubhouse Fenway studios. Nice to have you with us here tonight. Braverman, are we doing dongs?
I say, why not?
All right, let's do some dongs. We'll do dongs at 8:30. Close out the show at 9 o'clock here. Getting done a little early as the Red Sox are rained out. And I came in here a little early to hang out with Rich, even though Rich was not here. But it was cool talking with him. And it'll be cool to talk with you at 617-779-7937. Before we do that, Joe, any text messages coming in? I don't have access to the text board, so lay it on me. What do we got out there?
A lot of texts were coming in about your doubleheader, Matt, saying that you don't really sweep. People are saying it happens 55% of the time that you sweep a doubleheader.
Right. So it's like a little more than a 50-50 chance of sweeping the doubleheader, and you already swept one, so now you're due to not sweep it, right? Isn't that kind of how that works?
Yeah, I guess so. And then there's one other 860 text who is going to be the wet blanket here and says the party will be over as soon as the trade deadline passes. Breslow, I think it says Ruzzo, but I think he meant to say Breslow.
Yeah, Rizzo over here. Retzo Rizzo
Pretty
over
much.
here.
Breslow does nothing. The Red Sox say we got Anthony coming back. We got coming back All-Star coming back. We don't need any help, and then the wheels are going to come off, buddy.
Okay. I don't think that's a crazy thing to be worried about. Red Sox fans should be a little traumatized from trade deadlines of yore where that exact same thing happened. I mean, really, the exact same thing. And Cora was here for a lot of those. And Cora didn't take it too well. When they would have a hot stretch going into the All-Star break, come out of it, looking like a contender. You get to the trade deadline, and here you go. Sorry, here's Danny Jansen. How's that grab you? Here's it wasn't
Luis
Moustakas.
Garcia.
Luis Garcia. Actually, Garcia gave him a little something. Or am I thinking of somebody else? I remember they traded for one guy at the deadline from the A's. Was it Garcia? I forget what his name was. And he actually gave him a little something down the stretch. But it's oftentimes not what happens. Oftentimes it's what you got last year. Dustin May and Matt's all folks. And Matt's actually pitched okay for you, but it certainly wasn't enough. And with the offense looking the way it did, that was the first clue that maybe Craig Breslow's not the guy you want trying to fix the offense. I think that was the first clue. Because if you remember the trade deadline last year, the offense was really starting to sputter towards August and September. There was real sputterage going on right there. And then August and September, it really just crapped out, to the point where only a couple of guys were contributing really anything in the down the stretch of that season last year. And for Breslow to only get 2 new pitchers, I know they needed help with the rotation, obviously, with all the injuries they had, but to not really address the offense, which was starting its spiral, that was a clue right there that maybe this guy's not super in tune with how to build an offense. And then the offseason comes and goes. They go crazy with the pitching, and instead of getting some more bats there, they get Contreras, which has turned out to be a great move, and traded for Caleb Durbin, which for a couple of months looked like one of the dumbest trades of all time, is now looking a lot better. But I think that the offensive struggles this team had here early on were definitely laid right at the feet of Breslow. He deserved for it to be, and now that the team and the offense is starting to play better, he deserves credit for that. He absolutely deserves credit for that. 617-779-7937 is your phone number. Let's go ahead and continue with your phone calls. Ryan is down in New Jersey. Where are you in New Jersey, Ryan?
Just outside of Philadelphia, unfortunately for me. But
very good. I have family down in Morristown. I've been down there a lot, but yeah.
Yeah, I got you.
Gotcha.
Yeah, my office is in Morristown. I live in Morristown, which is on the opposite end of the New Jersey Turnpike, as they say.
All right.
So, you know what's funny is last year the offense was the problem. They did nothing. If he had just traded Meyer to St. Louis, who sucked, for Contreras and Gray, probably would have solved their problem. So I think Gray was hurt last year, but that would have been a move. Anyway, so I hate bonkers trade proposals, like the guys that call it the WFAN and say, trade me your best player for our crap. But so here's the scenario. So Mason Miller has 3 years of control left.
Right.
Would you be willing to trade, say, Early and Franklin Arias for Miller and eat Xander Bogaerts' contract? Would that be something you'd be willing to do?
It would be Miller and Bogaerts for Connolly, Early, and Arias.
Yeah, they want rid of they got San Diego spending $300 and some million a year and they're not winning, so they got to trim payroll. I think they would dump the Bogaerts contract in a second. I think you could sweeten the pot by taking the contract.
I can see that, Ryan. I can see them being willing to do that in order to facilitate a deal. I don't know. I don't know if it would be for Miller though. I don't know if the Padres would trade him. They just made a big deal for him. It wasn't that long ago. So the Padres just started off. This stretch here of all these games that I think are going to be much like the Red Sox. They're not playing as well as the Red Sox, obviously, but same kind of thing. Like, all right, we don't know if we're buyers. We don't know if we're sellers. We don't know exactly what we are, the Padres. Right now, they're 2 games under 500. They lost yesterday. They were 500 coming out of the break. And they are 2.5 games out of the wild card, which has like 3 people tied for it right now, 3 teams, and 2 teams ahead of them. So it's kind of the same thing the Red Sox were facing. And the Padres are, a 5-game win streak away from vaulting themselves right back into it. So I don't think that they're going to, if we get to the deadline and they're 7 games out or something like that, I guess that's possible, to 5 or 6, something like that. Like it's a much bigger gap than it is right now, maybe. But I think it's going to have to be, a trade like that is more like, I think, the kind of trade the Red Sox are going to have to do because there's just not that many teams that think they're out of it. Even a team like the Padres trading for Connolly Early, that's a major league caliber starting pitcher right there. And Arias is a pretty top prospect, that's a baseball trade. You're not just getting prospects and, picking the carcass off of a bad team. It's sort of 2 teams that are around 500 giving each other things that they need, it's different. That's a different way of looking at it. I think that this trade deadline could look very much like that. And we haven't seen one of those in a while. We haven't seen the Red Sox be part of a deadline like that in forever. And that's kind of just the way of baseball now. You get to the trade deadline, generally, there's a bunch of good teams and a bunch of bad teams. And the good teams all try and get better than the other good teams. The mediocre teams try to become good teams. And the bad teams just try and get prospects for their good players. And that's the way it's worked for years now. But sometimes, like right now, there's a bunch of mediocre teams. And they're all kind of still in it here as we approach August. There's not a whole lot of separation between the haves and the have-nots right now. There's only 2 real haves in the American League, and everybody else is just kind of hanging around. So, that's a perfect, I think, perfect environment for real baseball trades to get made. You have pitching, I have hitting. Let's make a deal. It doesn't just have to be picking the carcass of a bad team. I know I say that a lot, but it doesn't have to be that. It could be something else, and this is the kind of year where stuff like that happens. 617-779-7937. Andy's in Connecticut. Hey, Andy.
Hey, Christian.
What's up?
You took my calls earlier in the year. I'm going to eat crow here right now. I was down on Craig Breslow. Really, really down on Craig Breslow. You remember my calls. Now, here's my point. Fans look at things 20/20 hindsight. Craig Breslow puts a team together, okay? So who sees Garrett Crochet going down, okay? No one sees Garrett Crochet going down. Who sees Roman Anthony having a finger ligament problem? Nobody.
The worst finger ligament problem anyone's ever had, but no, I didn't see that happening, no.
I'm like, I don't know what Yaz is doing when he thinks about Roman Anthony. Anyway, I'm eating crow, Breslow. Now, Contreras, major find. the guy's going to have 30 home runs this season. He's the heart and soul of the Red Sox right now. You see that guy get that dugout fired up, and he's right behind Durbin. He supports Durbin's turnaround.
It was great last
these
night.
These were quality players that Breslow brought in. We've already talked about the pitching. We don't need to talk about the pitching. So this has happened with teams before. They gel. You don't know why they gel. The units all fit together, and they form a bond. I remember in 2004. Isn't 2004 the year the Red Sox traded Nomar?
Sure is. A lot of other stuff happened that year, too, but yeah, that happened that year.
Yeah, so Theo traded Nomar, right?
Yes.
And we went on to win the World Series.
Indeed.
And to this day, it's the greatest comeback in a playoff series ever.
Yes, it is. Not sure how that applies right now, but yes, you're right. Was he saying that we should trade like a good player on like a beloved player? This team doesn't have, you know what I mean? Like, it's like not a lot of that on this team. Nomar was a beloved superstar. You know, this team is, for whatever reason, the young guys haven't really panned out the way you'd hoped. And there's just kind of this revolving door of leaders and, the players that everyone roots for. Devers out, Contreras in, Bregman out, it's just Durbin in. It's just this, it just never stops. And when it comes to, I've talked about this a million times, when it comes to right-handed power bats, veteran right-handed power bats, it's literally just a nonstop revolving door. It does not end. And Contreras is the latest one. I hope it ends with him. Not forever, obviously. I don't want him to stop going after right-handed power bats because I got Wilson Contreras. But I would like for him to stick around a little bit. I like to see how the Wilson Contreras era continues here at Fenway Park, because so far it's off to a tremendous start.
And especially with this run and him being at the central part of it now that they're winning, there's no chance in hell they would even consider trading him away.
No, definitely not. And they shouldn't. They definitely shouldn't. And I don't think they will. I don't think they're going to trade away any of their, unless they feel like they can bring in a premier bat by giving up a premier arm. And when I talk about their premier arms, I mean, that could be any number of different people. They have young cost control arms. They have veteran expensive arms, but that are very productive this year. They have a lot to choose from. You could really go window shopping with the Red Sox pitching staff and find all sorts of things that you like. So, Peyton Tolley didn't have the best start of his life last night. He still had 9 strikeouts. And that is a young, cost-controlled pitcher that I'm sure a lot of teams are in love with that fastball. Connolly Early, I know he's hurt right now, but looked at, I'd say, is a very valuable young, cost-controlled starting pitcher who has been a big part of a big rotation this year. And then for Gray and, Suarez to a lesser extent, his first year of a big deal. Usually those guys don't get moved. Just sort of bad optics. But Gray, Gray's a rental. I hope they don't trade Sonny Gray. I love the Sonny Gray experience. Watching him pitch, watching those breaking ball, he's a special guy to watch. We'll continue with your phone calls here as the Red Sox rained out tonight. They will have a doubleheader tomorrow. The Orioles and the Sox playing the second doubleheader for the Red Sox here in less than a week. They just had one on Friday with the Rays. Rained out here, although I'm looking outside. What's it, almost 8 o'clock? They could have had at least an hour of baseball here. No problem, Joe. I'm looking out the window, and it hasn't been raining hard for the last hour. They could have gotten an hour in and then postponed it. And I don't really even care because it was pouring, but it's unlike them to pull the plug prematurely. Usually it goes the other way. Usually they make everybody wait all night, and then they call the game after, you've been here for 2 hours. And it's like, well, what the hell? Kind of the opposite here tonight. They called the game, and then it really, kind of stopped raining altogether. I feel like they definitely could have played at least couple innings here. 617-779-7937, your phone number. We'll continue with your phone calls right after this.
How We Made Your Mother is a rewatch podcast that looks back episode by episode at the hit TV show How I Met Your Mother. It's hosted by me, Josh Radnor, along with series co-creator Craig Thomas.
In seasons 1 and 2, we were joined by Neil Patrick Harris, Kobe Smulders, Bryan Cranston, Ashley Williams, Wayne Brady, Jenna Fisher and Angela Kinsey, Joe Manganiello, and my brilliant co-creator Carter Bays, and now we are diving into season 3.
So whether it's your 50th rewatch or your first time through, follow How We Made Your Mother wherever you get your podcasts.
Terms apply. If your body is 60% water, why are you filling it with stuff that tastes like it came from a garden hose behind a gas station? You could have a fountain of youth right inside your own home. Life Source, powered by Duggan, is a whole home and whole body approach. Duggan, the exclusive New England contractor for Life Source water filters, is here for you and your family, making you healthy one faucet at a time. Call 855-DUGGAN-1. That's 855-DUGGAN-1. Duggan Mechanical Services will get you glowing.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this late-night ad to make you more alert, which could help your driving. And science tells us that pulsing beats faster, stimulating audio like traveling sound, and voices on the higher, so-called brighter end of the audio spectrum like this can encourage focus. Also, a familiar tune can help, so...
Liberty, 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 liberty. Ready, set, summer with the Honda Summer Event. With impressive efficiency, sleek exterior styling, and sport-tuned suspension. The Honda Civic and HR-V have all you need to get summer ready with the most fuel-efficient full-line automaker in America. Visit your local Honda dealer today.
See dealer for financing details. Based on EPA estimate of 2024 large full-line automaker fleet-wide fuel economy. EPA Automotive Trends Report 2025.
From the Catches Law Injury Attorney Studios. Every game, all season, no subscription needed. The Sox play here. 93.7 WEEI-FM and HD1. Lawrence, Boston, and Odyssey Sports Station. Now, here's what's in our feed.
No Red Sox game tonight as they have been rained out, taking on the Orioles as they go for their 15th straight victory, which would tie a franchise record. They'll do a day-night doubleheader with Baltimore tomorrow. Game 1's first pitch is 1:35. Game 2 will be at 7:10. Coverage is right here on WEEI and across the Shaw's Star Market, WEEI Red Sox Radio Network. Shaw is proud to be local since 1860. The Mass Mutual pregame show for both games is 1 hour before first pitch. Mass Mutual Insurance Planning Investments. I'm Joe Braverman. That's what's in our feed here on WEEI.
Wells is ready. He throws. Caleb swings and drives one high in the left field. It is way back and is gone! More Fenway magic! Caleb Garden puts the Red Sox ahead 6-5.
It's somebody else every night.
This is the Christian Arcand Show on WEEI.
As we move into the 8 o'clock hour here, it's the Christian Arcand Show, WEEI. We are live in our Ford Clubhouse studio. Nice to have you with us here. We are Boston Sports Original, and no Red Sox tonight. As I was hoping, we'd be at least a couple innings into this game right now. Game got postponed right around 5:30. There will be a doubleheader tomorrow. The first game, tonight's game, will be at 1:35. And let me also say that whoever's doing the gear, the giveaway promotion gear, is killing it this year. My wife now has twice asked me if she can get the last two things, including today. Last night it was these hats with martinis on them. Did you see these, Joe? There's the green one with a martini with an olive in it, and a brown one with an espresso martini. There's these hats. The line was all the way up and down Jersey Street, curled around. The guy on the stilts couldn't even do his little dance. It was just madness out there. And today, I don't know if you saw this one. Today, the item that you get with your ticket is a hot dog handbag, a handbag that looks like a hot dog. And one thing I've learned, Joe, in my 44 years, I don't know a lot about women. I asked my wife. One thing I know, though, is that women love hot dogs. And I'm not saying they love to eat hot dogs. I'm saying that, aesthetically, They like hot dogs.
I noticed that too with
weird.
With when I was living with one of my three sisters, she had just this hat with a tiny hot dog as the front of it, and I was just curious of like, why do you like that hat so much? And she's just like, it looks good.
They like hot dogs. I don't know why. More than hamburgers, and it's not even some girls eat hot dogs, but like, even if you don't eat hot dogs, they just like hot dogs. They just like them. They like just having them on their clothes. It's weird. Yeah, see, right outside right now. I don't know what it is. Women love hot dogs. It's really something. It's amazing. So that was the item today. And I don't know what they're going to do about this. I don't know if they're just going to push it over to tomorrow and assume everyone who's going to be here tonight is going to be there tomorrow for the hot dogs. I would guess that, the last time I remember women going crazy for an item at Fenway like this was when Alex Cooper, the podcaster, from Call Her Daddy, came out and had like a night here. She threw out the first pitch, and it was like the Call Her Daddy night or whatever. And they had a special jersey that they gave away, and I've never seen so many women here before in my life. I mean, more than the Noah Kahan concert, more than anything. It was remarkable. And those jerseys flew off the shelf. And I figured that the hot dog bags would too. But now that the game's rained out, I wonder what's going to happen with all those hot dog bags. Those are going to be a very hot item. The Red Sox marketing staff this year, the team wasn't very good for 2 months, but the marketing staff, on point. Those little coolers that you could get the vodka lemonades in, those things were great. I don't even think you can find those things on eBay right now. I didn't even get to get one. I'm here every day. I was like, yeah, I'll get one, no problem. I can just go out and get one. They're gone. They're gone. They're not coming back. You want one, you got to go on eBay and find it. And you're probably going to get hosed if you do that. But they've done a great job with that. The little coolers, the martini hats, the hot dog bags, if the team is now good enough to come and watch itself, but even when it wasn't, people were coming for the stuff.
I'm a golfer, so I love a glizzy at the turn.
Yeah, me too, my friend. 617-779-7937. Let's continue with your phone calls here. Tim is in Hanover. Go ahead, Tim.
Christian, love the way
Tim.
you're thinking, man. I love it. I can tell you, the season was crazy, but it's so electric right now. Like I told you, when I went Saturday, it was insane. I mean, that game was back and forth, and it's just been the same thing for the last four games totally. And I tell you, you got to sit down and watch it at the TV. But I'm telling you one thing. I think they're selling. I don't think – you see John Henry yesterday?
Selling what? Selling their good players?
Yeah, I'm telling you. Watch. They're not going to buy.
Okay, not buying and selling are two different things. They can not buy and stand pat. It doesn't mean they're going to sell. Selling, Tim, means they're going to trade, what, Sonny Gray and Contreras and those guys? You really think that?
You know what? Listen, hear me out. Henry was out there in the stands, smiling, everything, right? Now he's taking it all in. But these guys were so fed up with all of them. They were treating them like trash before all this thing took place.
Right.
Now I'll tell you, when it goes
but this thing took place,
here,
and now everybody's happy. They're not going to trade people now.
Yeah.
They don't want to look like
agree.
monsters.
I don't blame Bledsoe. Drew Bledsoe, yeah. Yeah,
you don't blame Drew Bledsoe. It's not his fault.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. Breslow, I don't blame, because you know what? These guys that control, they're talking about only money. I think if they're going to make a move, they're going to make the move after the season, and they're going to say, oh, these guys, we don't want to break these guys up. They're playing so well. We're not going to get anybody because we don't want to ruin it.
Okay, and that could happen, Tim. Thanks for the call. That could happen. And if you look at who's contributing right now, like the real surprises on the roster, the Sieglers and the Changs and the guys like that, that's your middle infield right now. Siegler and Chang, that's your second baseman and that's your shortstop. And what are we trading for? Power hitting middle infielders, right? Isn't that like at the top of everyone's list? I think you can throw left field into the mix there too. And then find something to do with Jarren Duran, not a trade, but, an IL stint or something. Give him the Trevor Story treatment, whatever. I don't know. I mean, you just got to do something. But I look at Siegler, I look at Chang. That catch by Chang last night, by the way, to end the game, no one's even talking about that. That was an amazing catch. Tyler O'Neill hit that thing on the screws. And Chang was in like a dead sprint to his right. Did he even get off the ground? He lunged to his right and nabbed that thing. It was a great, great play.
I know. The funny thing was when I was listening to it in real time, and the way it sounded was just like, oh, it's a simple liner. Chang reached over and he made the play. But then you watch it, and he literally, as you're saying, had to sprint over there and basically extend his whole body to make that play. Because I will say, I was having those doubts when when Henderson hit the double again, and it was second, third. I was like,
that was not great for Chapman.
Is this how the streak is really going to end? And then Sung-Chae Chang comes in and saves the day.
With a brilliant, brilliant play. Just great instincts, great glove work. This was in a game where I forget who it was in the first couple of innings. Who was it that hit the ball off Henderson? Henderson jumped up to get it, and it hit him right in the butt of the glove. And a couple more runs came in, which I forget who was the plate for that, but that was Henderson's a pretty good shortstop, and that was just kind of a lazy liner. It was right to him, and it just bounced right off his glove. And these are the kind of things that it kind of bounces the Red Sox just weren't getting earlier this year. There's no question about that. If you've been watching this team on a nightly basis, you've known that just whenever they needed a big hit, they didn't get it. Whenever they needed to hold on to the ball to preserve a lead, they couldn't do it. It was brutal. Oh, it was brutal. The first couple of months.
Isn't it also nice that you can watch a Sox game and the Sox aren't the sloppiest team on the field every single night? It was like the Rays were the ones making mistakes, and the Orioles were the one.
Rays made a ton of mistakes.
Yeah, and then the Orioles last night had 3 errors, I believe. So it's just, as you said, breaks are going the Sox way.
I know. It's really something. And Chapman last night, not his sharpest. He was he had the velocity, but it was either right down the middle or way out of the strike zone. And I remember being like, Aroldis Chapman needs to snap out of whatever this is. Because normally it's like the velocity's down, okay. Sometimes the control's not there. It's rare that the control's not there, and then all of a sudden it's just boom, right down the pipe with him. It's, and I know it's tough to hit that even because he throws so hard, but it didn't look like he had his best stuff out there last night, and they got the win anyway. And again, you think about this team, and how sometimes it would be the bullpen, and sometimes it's the offense, and sometimes it's the middle relief, and sometimes it's this, and sometimes it's that. And now, even when those things happen, it doesn't cause a full team breakdown, and they're able to still collect themselves and win these games. And that's just such a big difference from earlier in the year. Casper's in Worcester. Go ahead, Casper.
Hi, Christian. Christian, quick thing on the hot dog. I mean, the word's hot dog. You're going to use hamburger, pizza. It's cute looking, etc. You know what I'm talking about.
Absolutely.
Regarding Chang, boy, what a great pickup. I mentioned it to you last night. I'm glad the game is rained out tonight.
What? Why?
Just because of maybe a break where maybe the high.
They just had a break. Casper just had the All-Star break. What do they need another break for? Keep this going.
Now, I understand momentum, but something inside of me just said, that's it. Now, if they lose, don't blame Casper. So anyways, I'm going to let you go, and I wouldn't trade you and Joe for any of those network broadcasters.
Casper, that's my guy. Thanks, buddy. I appreciate it. Casper in Worcester. Guy you can't miss on Red Sox Review. 617-779-7937 is your phone number. Looking out at the tarp on the field here. They got the lights on in the stadium now as it's getting dark out here on Lansdowne Street. We will go till 9 o'clock tonight. We will have an Arcan Fire for you coming up in a moment. We will have dongs tonight, too. Our first ever Dong Report live from Fenway Park. A big moment for the dongs, I would say. Don't go anywhere. Christian Arcan Show continues after this.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this late-night ad to make you more alert, which could help your driving. And science tells us that pulsing beats faster, stimulating audio like traveling sound, and voices on the higher,
so-called brighter end of the audio spectrum like this can encourage focus.
Also, a familiar tune can help, so...
Liberty, 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 liberty. You can watch the show anytime via our live stream on Twitch.
Just go to twitch.tv/Boston WEEI.
And check out WEEI on YouTube for our video on-demand content updated daily. The Christian Arcan Show on WEEI. It's time for Arcan Fire on the Christian Arcan Show. This is WEEI.
All right, it's been a lot of Sox here, as of course it's been rained out, but let's stray away from the Sox in the baseball world and get into some Arcane Fire, shall we? And of course, around here, maybe the biggest thing that people are talking about is this all of a sudden beef with Tom Brady and Logan Paul, which of course is now sounding staged. I know you did want to bring it up if we had some extra time. And then we also have our full show later, so we'll get more into that.
Of course, true. We'll talk more about it on Thursday, but I'm glad you brought this up. Because,
right, yeah.
Yeah, a couple of things. Number one, it's the most obvious wrestling storyline I've ever seen in my life. I mean, it's the most obvious thing I've ever seen in my life. Do you remember when John Rocker and Pat Mahomes' father had like a beef in New Orleans or something like that?
Oh, you know, we covered that last year. Yeah,
we did. And remember how I was like, this is obviously a fix. Like, these two guys didn't just run into each other. Something's going on here. They're advertising something. And they were. It was supposed to be a fight that never happened between the two of them. And this was a million times more obvious than that. Logan Paul is a professional wrestler. Of course it's a professional wrestling thing. Tom Brady getting into pro wrestling is definitely not something I was ever expecting he would do in his post-playing career. I thought he'd probably go into politics or something. I mean, he's also an NFL owner, so it's not like this is all he's doing. But I do think that as kind of cringy as it is for Brady to be doing pro wrestling, I mean, listen, I stopped caring about pro wrestling right around when it got really good. I mean, I kind of jumped off at the wrong time. But I stopped caring about pro wrestling in like, I don't know, the mid to late 90s. It was like DX and Stone Cold and The Rock and, you know, all that. It was a pretty good time for wrestling, honestly. But I don't know. I stopped caring about it. I was 14 or 15 and, you know, other things in my life were more interesting than wrestling. And I just started not caring about it as much. But people still care about it a lot. And Brady wants in, I guess, somehow. But people are talking about, his legacy. I can't believe that people are only ever going to remember this and they're going to forget. What are you talking about? His legacy. It's not like he's Lenny Dykstra over here defrauding the government or O.J. Simpson or something. Like, those guys ruined their legacy. Tom Brady doing WWF or whatever is not really that big of a thing. It's cringy and he looks like a dork. But, I mean, Tom Brady's looked like a dork while he was playing and certainly post-playing. He looked like a dork throughout all the TB12 stuff. He's had a lot of dorky moments. Like, this doesn't really register like that for me. If he got arrested or something, then I'd say, yeah, you know, maybe this is going to hurt his legacy. Doing wrestling? I guess if you're really expecting him to be like a congressman someday, then this is like a disappointment, right? Oh, I expected someday we'd be talking about Senator Brady. Governor Corleone, Senator Corleone. You know, like, if you're Don Corleone and you're upset that Michael's joining the family and that he's not a governor or a senator or something like that, and instead he's going on to wrestle Logan Paul. It has to be Logan Paul. You got to get mixed up with like the Paul brothers. That's what you're doing there, Tom. I don't know. I don't know what the deal is, but I do understand wanting to, you know, continue to be relevant. I don't think that that's like a crazy thing. Continuing to build your brand after you've played. A lot of athletes have done wrestling. A lot of actors have done wrestling. It's not really that shameful to do. It's not something I'm into. But people are talking about him like he's, you know, Nate Newton or something. Like, he didn't ruin his whole image that badly, guys. His image was, I don't know. You saw that roast. You've seen all the weird, goofy stuff he's done over the years. I remember when he was a rookie and he took that photo shoot holding those baby goats. That was weird. And that was in 2001. So, like, you know, I'm sorry. It's hard for Tom Brady to shock me, I guess. And nothing that he does shy of, like, you know, a string of hate crimes or something is going to make me ever forget about all the Super Bowls. So I thought that all got a little out of control this week.
Well, that all sparked at the Fanatics Fest that was at New York City. The other thing that happened, and it's funny that it involves wrestling because we go to Camp Scattaboo for this one. I'm sure you've seen the video. And I've read all the reaction about it, but he comes out, he does like a wrestling entrance or whatever, and he decides to pull a backflip. And we don't have the video, obviously, for it, but he shows off.
Duffed it, though. Huh?
Yeah, he shows off the scar of the broken leg, obviously, the knee explosion, and then he goes for the standing backflip, and then he falls over. And it's not so much that people are making fun of him for not sticking the backflip, but the fact is we're days away from training camp, and he's coming off a broken leg or whatever. People are wondering, why would you take that kind of risk right before training camp starts? But Scadaboo was digging in on it, saying, listen, I'm going to continue to be myself. John Harbaugh obviously didn't seem to have a problem with it. He joked saying, I just wish he stuck the landing. Arkan, your overall thoughts on the stunt that Cam Scadaboo performed at Fanatics Fest?
Let me first say that it is once again dumping down here at Lansdowne Street. Just absolutely dumping rain. It is like on and off. Right now, it is on. People are getting drenched out there, including you two walking by. Yeah, it is. It's ugly out there. Run for cover if you're outside. As for your question, Cam Scadaboo strikes me as a fellow who's not all that bright. You know, just not really the smartest guy in the world. A guy who just likes, running into people full speed and hitting people. And there's nothing wrong with it. There's a lot of guys like that in football. There's a lot of guys like that not in football. But I think you talk about a guy whose career is going to be shortened and might join the WWE. Cam Scadaboo. I mean, if there was ever a more perfect prototype of a guy like that, I don't think he's going to last long in the NFL. I just don't. He already is riddled with injuries. And, with a scar on his leg from the surgery, is now doing backflips at the Fanatics Fest, which, by the way, is like sports Illuminati at this point. If you're at that thing, you're part of the sports Illuminati. That's what I believe. It's all it's like the Masons, or like the Oddfellows or something. Like if you're there at Fanatics Fest, you're basically in the sports Illuminati. And you are, you can't be down here with the rest of us. You got to go pull all the strings in the background. You got to be doing all this stuff. Tom Brady, 100% sports Illuminati, no question about it. That's all that Fanatics Fest stuff is. That's for the Illuminati all to get together and decide how they want to mess with sports.
Okay, well then let's go with one more here. Actually, going back to baseball, I know we got the Dawn Report coming up, but this story was too funny to pass up. So last night for the Athletics, a team the Sox are going to see shortly when they go out to the West Coast. There was a rookie who hit his first career homer, so congratulations to him.
Welcome to the Dawn Report, sir. Well, he's not really on the Dawn Report, but welcome to his hit a home run.
He's in the preempt, but essentially, Joshua Kuroda Grauer hit his first career home run. And then shortly after, in that same game against the Diamondbacks...
What's his name again? Joshua Kuroda Grauer?
Yeah, that's his name.
A grower, not a shower?
Pretty much. So he hits the home run, and then shortly after, in a future at-bat, he has to leave the game. And what the medical team there for the Athletics were saying is that he had to leave due to a testicular contusion.
Ouch.
Well, we just found out that Joshua Kuroda Grauer has undergone successful surgery for a ruptured testicle.
Oh, did he get hit Did he get hit?
So,
the pitch?
So the video, I'm pretty sure, was a foul ball. I'm just gonna.
He fouled it off himself. Oh boy. Oh, and he wasn't wearing a cup. Obviously, you've got to assume. Oh man, that's
actually
tough.
It looked like it was a swing and miss on that one. So it was one of those plays where it was like
swung and missed.
Yeah, it was
and the ball hit him in the.
Well,
junk?
it was like I think it was like a slider or a sweeper where it's one of those ones that runs inside and you get fooled by it. But he basically like turned into it, and the ball went right in the place you don't want to get hit.
Yeah, that's tough. That's tough. Yeah, that's the only way it could possibly happen. Is he a lefty? He's got to be a lefty, right? Or the pitcher was a lefty.
The pitcher
got to be opposite of what he is.
Pitcher was a lefty. He's a righty.
And he's a righty. Yeah. So the sweeper comes in. You see it. You think it's right there. You go to swing. You open yourself up, and then the sweeper keeps sweeping. And enough that he had to have surgery. That's the last place you ever want to have surgery. People messing around down there. But yeah, wear a cup, kids. That's the lesson here. I remember once I was playing at school. We would play baseball, but with like a wiffle ball that we would tape up and a tennis ball. And one time I took a line drive off, and it hurt so bad I almost threw up. Like that's the hardest I've ever been hit there. And I remember having to stifle vomit. It hurt so badly, which I'm sure is what everybody wanted to hear about tonight. Especially the people out there in the rain on Lansdowne Street, hearing about that time. I almost threw up from getting.
What, you don't want them to know about a ruptured testicle?
Yes, I didn't have a ruptured testicle. I don't think. It was never diagnosed. I guess maybe it could have been, but yeah.
What a rough night for him too. You hit your first career home run, and then you have to leave a game with probably the one injury as a male human that you don't want to suffer.
The highest of highs and the lowest of lows, indeed. Yeah, definitely. Well, hopefully they were able to, they didn't have to like amputate or anything, so that's good. Then you'd have to buy a smaller cup. But anyway, there you go. That is the Arcan Fire here on a rainy Tuesday, live at Fenway. It's the Christian Arcan Show. Quick break. When we come back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, for the first time ever, live from Fenway Park, we got dingers. We got taters. We got goners. Ladies and gentlemen, our very first Fenway Park Dong Report is next.
93.7 WEEI Austin's
Sports Original.
Nobody would ever think that people like us would be spies.
Streaming on Peacock.
The one thing the Russians would never do is bring on a woman. Most people are not cut out for it, but these women are not most people.
That is terrifying. It's exciting. It means we're alive. No, it means we're about to be dead.
Starring Amelia Clark and Haley Lou Richardson.
To the KGB, I'm a person of interest, but you two are PONIs.
Ponies. Persons of no interest.
Ponies. Streaming now. Only on Peacock.
Hey gang, it's Jill Schlesinger. I'm launching a new show. It's called Money Moves, and we are gonna move. We are gonna answer your financial questions and take the mystery out of your financial life. Follow and listen wherever you get your podcasts.
Tonight in your city, someone is walking their dog. Someone is crossing the street to their car. Someone's kid is riding a bike home. And they're counting on you to drive the speed limit. Speeding accounts for nearly 30% of traffic fatalities, and most of those crashes don't happen on the interstate. They happen on the streets where people live. Slow down. It's an act of care for the people around you. So remember, speeding catches up with you. Know the road and respect its limits. Presented by NHTSA. Now back to your streaming radio.
Boom! No!
Come on! Kids, what should we order for dinner?
Pizza!
Thai.
Tacos!
Hey boys, let's not get loco. What kind of restaurant sells pizza, Thai, and tacos? I'll never please all my guys. Why can't we have food without the fun?
With Wonder, you can combine 20 restaurants in one delivery, so your family never has to compromise. Download the app today. Wonder, food without the fight.
Welcome back. Are you ready to start the show?
Streaming now, only on Peacock.
Go find
The nightmare comes to your home.
The animatronics. They've escaped.
Will you survive another night?
Chica, ready? Where are you?
Oh no. Five Nights at Freddy's 2, rated PG-13. Streaming now, only on Peacock.
I'm not done with you.
Streaming only on Peacock. A classic love story.
You are my forever person.
I love you.
But there's one tiny problem. The husband makes the wife feel small.
Oh no, Lindy.
In other words, the husband accidentally shrinks the wife to 6 inches tall using his super secret project, but he doesn't know how to unshrink her and she might be stuck mini forever.
Make me big again now.
A classic love story starring Elizabeth Banks and Matthew McFadden, The Miniature Wife. Streaming now only on Peacock.
For over 200 years, Eastern Bank has been headed in a single direction, forward, helping you meet your personal financial goals and working with local businesses as the #1 SBA lender in Massachusetts. Eastern Bank. Join us for good. Learn more at easternbank.com, member FDIC.
Every week on the Moth Podcast, real people tell their stories live on stage.
I burst into tears. And I wasn't sure if I was crying because I hadn't been kissed in a really long time, or if I had just never been kissed like that before.
To hear fascinating, heartbreaking, and sometimes hilarious stories from astronauts, teachers, farmers, and people just like you, follow and listen to The Moth wherever you get your podcasts.
Ready, set, summer with the Honda Summer Event. Make every mile count with a great deal on an Accord or Accord Hybrid with a standard turbocharged engine or available hybrid powertrain. Honda has all you need to get summer ready with the most fuel-efficient full-line automaker in America. Visit your local Honda dealer today.
See dealer for financing details. Based on EPA estimate of 2024 large full-line automaker fleet-wide fuel economy. EPA Automotive Trends Report 2025.
For most businesses, sales tax is hard. There are over 11,000 tax jurisdictions in the U.S., each with its own set of rules. How do you stay compliant as you grow? Easy. Numeral. Numeral is the AI native sales tax solution. We handle all your registrations, ongoing filings, rates, and exemptions, so you can do what you do best, build your business. Sales tax is hard, but Numeral is easy. Go to Numeral.com today to speak with one of our sales tax experts. That's Numeral.com.
If you missed any part of the show,
or to have it delivered to your phone daily,
subscribe to The Christian Arcan Show on the Odyssey app
or wherever you find your podcasts.
The Christian Arcan Show on WEEI.
Dong, 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 dong.
Swinging a drive! Oh! He killed it!
Where's the dong?
It is gone!
You can put it on the board, yeah! It's out of here!
Congratulations on your extremely long dong.
Dongs, 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 dongs. Dongs, 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 dongs.
Oh, yeah! Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, people walking up and down Lansdowne Street in the rain right now, it is time, for the first time in the history of the Dong Report, our first live from Fenway Dong Report here on this Tuesday, the 21st of July. Red Sox rained out tonight, but you can't rain out the dongs. You can try, but the dongs must go on. Even if there's no dongs, we report that there's no dongs. But tonight, there's no Red Sox baseball. There are plenty of dongs. We're getting to this a little earlier than we usually do because we have to move out of here a little sooner than we normally are. But we do have some dongs for you. And before we get to them, as we always do, let's hear a little bit of Will Fleming out of context.
That's bleeping teamwork.
A little Tenacious D there from Will. Nice to hear. Those guys are going to drink the local... where do you go to get those pickle shots? I guess you get them at the liquor store, right? They're completely down in those things. Up there with Doug Lane, up in the radio booth. No question about it. All right, let's begin the Dong Report here. Out in Cleveland, the Twins and the Guardians, a doubleheader.
I had like 5 donuts.
Or actually, no, this wasn't the doubleheader. I think they already played it. Ryan Jeffers with a dong.
My name is Jeff.
For the Twins, his 9th of the year, a 402-footer, as the Guardians lead this game by a score of 3-2. That game headed to the top of the 7th inning. Let's go to Philadelphia for the Dodgers and the Phillies.
How the fudge did you get it?
That was when he got that car from Jay-Z, right? Isn't that what that drop was, I think?
I'm pretty sure that was a round table last week. He had he was strangely on a little media cycle last week.
Yeah, he was. Dodgers and Phillies, no dongs in this game, unfortunately.
Swing and a pop-up.
Phillies lead by a score of 1-0 that game in the top of the 3rd inning in the city of brotherly love. Let's go to Toronto, site of a AL East matchup, a team that the Red Sox just saw and a team that they're about to see, the Rays and the Blue Jays.
Hey, Hooters. Hey, Hooters.
Who knew that Jackson was the songbird of our generation? I certainly didn't. That Hooters song was great. I also very much enjoyed Cult of Functionality. No, what was the thing Brad Stevens kept saying in the press conference? Oh, what was he saying? Oh, we did this so we could have more, not functionality. Optionality. That's what it was. Cult of Optionality. I enjoyed that one as well. What I don't enjoy is the fact that there are no dongs in this game. Unfortunate.
Swing and a pop-up.
Rays and the Jays. No dongs there. That game, though, a lot of runs. Tampa scored 5 runs. They don't hit a lot of home runs except for Caminero. Game in the top of the 5th inning, 5-0 Tampa. All right, let's go to Atlanta for the Padres and the Braves.
I have great bladder and bowel control.
I saw that won Brag of the Week last week, as it should have. I also think Fleming, if you heard his interview today with Rich and Ted, no Ken today, but Rich and Ted, he had a pretty good contender for Brad. He was talking about how he was watching the World Cup, and he goes, sometimes I watch the Spanish broadcast, and I'm just as invigorated. And he goes, I speak Spanish, so I can understand what they say. And it was like, whoa! But then he got on to say, even if I couldn't understand it, I'd still like it. But yeah, that was brag of the week stuff right there, for sure. For the Padres, a pair of dongs. How about Jackson Merrill? Dong number 13, a baker's dozen dongs for Mr. Jackson. And how about Manny Machado?
Hola. What does that even mean? Manny being Manny.
Manny being Manny, indeed. Manny Machado, 21 dongs on the year, a 412-footer, as the Padres lead this game 5-2. No dongs for the Braves. That game in the top of the fifth inning. Let's go to Kansas City, Giants and Royals.
Nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition.
It's true. And yet, no dongs for the Giants. For the Royals, how about Carter Jensen? Dong number 14 for Mr. Carter. And, looks like that one went a pretty long way, maybe about 416 feet, which is maybe... yes! For those uninitiated, that was the long dong gong. That means that Carter Jensen and his 416-foot dong tonight against the Giants is the longest dong of the night so far. So far, the night is young. We could have a late breaker that's longer, but for now, Carter Jensen, congratulations, sir, on your very long dong. All right, let's go to Milwaukee for the Mets and the Brewers.
Riding it like a water slide.
Oh, tremendous job.
Which, by the way, was one of the bunt hits from the Friday game against Tampa, which was an RBI.
That was him describing a bunt hit. Can you give it to me one more time? That was one of the best drops you've ever played.
Riding it like a water slide.
Yeah, you can do that out here on Lansdowne
Cooper is like Stiz. He'll give you once in a while.
That was excellent. Just excellent. And good clip by you, Joe. Let's see. In this game, Jared Young of the Mets. Dong number 7. 393-footer. No dongs for the Brew Crew so far. Mets lead that in the game. That's the only run scored so far as the Mets lead 1-0. And I forgot to tell you about the Royals. That's the only run scored in that game was Carter Jensen's long dong. They lead that 1-0 as well. All right, let's go to Wrigley Field for the Tigers and the Cubbies.
Riding it like a water slide.
So nice, had to do it twice.
Had to do it again. No dongs in this game so far.
Swing and a pop-up.
Sorry, Joe. The Cubs, though, jumping all over whoever the Tigers starter is tonight. Framber Valdez, I think, right? Yeah, Valdez. 6 runs given up there in that first inning by Valdez. The Cubs
Valdez
up 6-0.
Didn't even get out of the first.
Didn't get out,
he got pulled after 2/3.
Reminiscent of his start against the Red Sox, where they just absolutely destroyed him. Every now and again, Framber, he'll give you a stinker like that. No dongs in this game, though, unfortunately. For the Tigers.
Swing and a pop-up.
Yeah, I know, Joe. It's not cool. Let's go to Texas, White Sox and the Rangers.
Boner.
These are good drops tonight, boy. I'm glad we had this dong report. We almost didn't do it. For the White Sox, nary a dong has been struck, but for the Rangers, how about Brandon Nimmo?
Just keep swimming. Just keep swimming.
That's Dory, but close enough. 10 dongs on the year for Mr. Nimmo. And that is a fine film. My son loves Finding Nemo. Loves it. And it's like a pretty old movie now. Anyway, that's 10 dongs on the year for Nimmo. And that game right now has the Rangers up 2-0. Let's go to Houston, Marlins and the Astros.
The Cheeks were out.
Jemai Webster is talking about how he ripped his pants and exposed his butt cheeks to the people who were nearby.
I wonder if he'll share that with now the second Jemai in the Sox organization, Jemai Jones.
Or will it happen to Jemai Jones too now? Do these things come in twos? Does everybody named Jemai have to show their bare ass at some point? These are all questions I'm not willing to investigate, but someone should. Anyway, that also earned Jemai Webster the nickname Mo Cheeks from Lou Merlone, which I thought was pretty funny. Let's see, no dongs for the Fish, but for the Astros, a name that you're hearing a lot on the trade block these days, Mr. Jeremy Pena. Dong number 8. A 405-footer for him, local guy. Power-hitting shortstop, kind of. He's got 8 home runs. It's not really power hitting, but definitely a guy that can produce for you and someone that has been linked to the Red Sox here now for a couple of weeks. Let's go to Denver for the Nationals and Rockies.
Up until you explaining that, I thought sauerkraut was a fish.
What? That is a deep pull right there. I'll never forget when Mego told me that. I thought she was kidding. I still to this day kind of think she was kidding. Thought sauerkraut was a fish. A fish. She must have never had sauerkraut, right? She must have never had it. Because how else could you think that? Possible. There's no dong struck in this game yet because that game's just getting started.
Swing and a pop-up.
And, yeah, don't go too far, Joe, because we got some other games that haven't started yet either, like the Cardinals and the Angels.
Head of director?
Head of director? I don't know what the context of that was, Wiggy, but no dongs in this game, Cardinals and Angels.
Swing and a pop-up.
They're not going to start for about an hour. And again, Joe, don't go too far. How about the A's and the Diamondbacks?
I hate Jason Tatum.
We know, Mego. We know it was Mego's dream to split up the Jays. That dream has finally been realized. Mego on vacation right now, which means that there is nobody who practices any kind of personal hygiene on the morning show now. As both Courtney and Mego are both out this week. Courtney comes back next week. Mego taking some time off before Patriots training camp, which we certainly understand. And she did a tremendous job on that show. Very, very good. And I'm also looking forward to having Courtney back, because if Courtney's back, that means more Courtney drops on the Dong Report. And Courtney has some of the strongest drops on this entire bit. So I'm looking forward to her return for sure. No dongs, obviously, because the game hasn't started, Joe.
Swing and a pop-up.
Yep, indeed. All right, and we have one game left to tell you about on the docket here, and that would be the Reds and the Mariners.
Loose lips sink ships.
Yeah.
Yes, they do. And no dongs in this game because, again, doesn't start.
Swing and a pop-up.
So, add them all up. Carry the 5. And we are looking at a 7-dong night so far. So far. Thank you, Joe. 7 dongs. A Trot Nixon 7.
Currently a Masataka Yoshida 7.
A Masa Yoshida 7. A Jaylen Brown 7.
Oh, R.I.P.
That hurt. That hurt to say that.
But it's also a D. Brown 7.
D. Brown 7. Exactly. A Jared Sullinger 7. Let's leave it right there and come back with some more 7s. The number, 617-779-7937. A lot of 7s in our phone number. I don't think we've ever had 7 as a dong number before.
This feels like a first-time number.
Definitely the first time since we've started rebooting it. Maybe in the past there's been a 7. But send in your 7s. That is half as many games as the Red Sox have won in a row right now, 7. Send them all in. At Christian Arcan, at Joe Braverman PBP. You can text them in as well. We'll have Braverman on the text line reading your 7s. And we'll take your phone calls as well. Have some fun facts about the number 7 and all of your number 7s right after this.
Riding it like a water slide.
Tell your smart speaker to play 93.7 WEEI.
Tonight in your city, someone is walking their dog. Someone is crossing the street to their car. Someone's kid is riding a bike home. And they're counting on you to drive the speed limit. Speeding accounts for nearly 30% of traffic fatalities, and most of those crashes don't happen on the interstate. They happen on the streets where people live. Slow down. It's an act of care for the people around you. So remember, speeding catches up with you. Know the road and respect its limits. Presented by NHTSA. Now back to your streaming radio.
Hey there, I'm Kendra Adachi, and my show, The Lazy Genius Podcast, helps you be a genius about the things that matter and lazy about the things that don't, and you get to decide what matters. I'm not here to tell you what to do. I'm here to give you a new way to see. Episodes of the Lazy Genius Podcast are full of compassionate time management tips and permission slips to do what makes sense for you. New episodes drop every Monday. Follow and listen to the Lazy Genius Podcast on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
For over 200 years, Eastern Bank has been headed in a single direction, forward, helping you meet your personal financial goals and working with local businesses as the #1 SBA lender in Massachusetts. Eastern Bank. Join us for good. Learn more at easternbank.com, member FDIC.
Ready, set, summer with the Honda Summer Event. Make every mile count with a great deal on an Accord or Accord Hybrid with a standard turbocharged engine or available hybrid powertrain. Honda has all you need to get summer ready with the most fuel-efficient full-line automaker in America. Visit your local Honda dealer today.
See
dealer for financing details. Based on EPA estimate of 2024 large full-line automaker fleet-wide fuel economy. EPA Automotive Trends Report 2025.com.
Coleman.
It's electric.
Coleman Electric is wasting your time with this commercial. But that's the way it is with advertising. If you're not overweight, with low T and a flooded basement, half these ads aren't for you. Same with this one for Coleman Electric. We specialize in replacing knob and tube wiring, and you might not even have it. Most people don't even know what it is. Ask a guy if he's going to remove his knob and tube, and he says, "Nah, I can't. My wife wants another kid." No. Let me explain. Many houses around here were built 100 years ago and still have the original wiring. The wires would heat up, so they ran them around little knobs and through tiny tubes and called it knob and tube. But insurance companies call it a stinking fire hazard, and insulation companies won't even call back because they ain't touching it. If you've got knob and tube, join this century and book a free estimate with Coleman Electric to have it replaced. And if you don't have it, sorry we wasted your time. But thanks to your sacrifice, you've helped your knob and tube neighbor. Can I get a tissue? Welling up over here. Kuhlman. Call Coleman.
It's electric.
When equipment breaks down, every single second counts. So why is your maintenance team spending 60% of their time doing anything but turning wrenches? MaintainX is the AI-powered maintenance and asset management system that helps your team get back to fixing breakdowns. No more searching for manuals, hunting down parts, or drowning in paperwork. Join over 13,000 maintenance teams and try MaintainX for free today. Go to maintainx.com/AI. That's maintain and the letter x.com/AI.
Every week on the Moth Podcast, real people tell their stories live on stage.
I burst into tears. And I wasn't sure if I was crying because I hadn't been kissed in a really long time or if I had just never been kissed like that before.
To hear fascinating, heartbreaking, and sometimes hilarious stories from astronauts, teachers, farmers, and people just like you, follow and listen to The Moth wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, it's Lou. Let's take a look at who's swinging the lumber for Boston this week. Brought to you by the experts at CCL, Cape Cod Lumber.
Abreu is swung on, fly ball right field. Victor Mesa chasing. He's at the wall. It's gone! He always does it. His fourth home run in 2 days gives the Red Sox the lead.
For over 60 years, Cape Cod Lumber has served the building industry with expertise for your whole house, both inside and out. CCL is swinging the lumber for the 2026 Jimmy Fund Radio Telethon. CCL will honor great slugging performances every week by making a $250 donation to this year's WEEI Radio Telethon. Whether you're a builder, remodeler, or homeowner, swing a big stick this year and help CCL in the fight to cure childhood cancer. CCL and Homescapes for all your building needs. Learn more at cclco.com.
The Red Sox just did the thing every fan dreams about. They changed the question. A few weeks ago, it was, who are they selling? Now it's, who should they add? Bradfo here. That's what happens when you stop talking about a turnaround and start stacking wins. I know a little bit about changing the question. 8 years ago, mine was, can I actually lose 50 pounds with a Awaken 180? I did. Now the question is, how have I kept those 50 pounds off for 8 years? Not by white-knuckling dry salads or pretending every day went perfectly. When life got messy or a few pounds tried creeping back, I had a place to go. People who knew my history and a plan that changed before a small slump became a full rebuild. That's free support for life. You don't have to start over. You make an adjustment and keep playing. Search Awaken 180 on your phone and simply tap to call. Awaken180weightloss.com, the official weight loss program of the Boston Red Sox.
Did you know that if you miss any part of the show, you can jump back to listen?
Either on the Odyssey app or at WEEI.com. Click on the orange listen button
And rewind to the moments you care about most. The Christian Arcan Show on WEEI.
Just him up with some money to blow. I'm about to buy Las Vegas at the disc roll. I'm about to buy Las Vegas at the disc roll. Come on,
Christian Arcan Show here. The number of dongs is 7 for now. If we have any late breakers, we'll certainly tell you about them. But with the number 7, we'll get to your text messages. We will get to your phone calls. In fact, Kevin is in Worcester. He's got a 7 for me right here. Go ahead, Kevin.
Yeah, Christian, in the 60s, number 7, first baseman for the Red Sox, Dick Stewart.
Dr. Strangeglove.
Finger, they called him.
Yes. All bat, no glove.
Dr. Strangeglove.
Yes.
He led the league in home runs one year with 42, and he led the league in another year in RBIs. But he was one of a kind.
Yes, and he led the league in errors several times as well, Kevin. Thanks for the call. Dick Stewart. We didn't even get to all the 7. We had all these 7s. We had a John Elway 7. We had a Tiny Archibald 7. We had 7s for days, and now it looks like we are off of 7 and on to what, Joe?
We are on to 8 as of right now because I've got Nick Fortes from the Rays and the Jays, who hit his 4th of the year, which was a 3-run shot that went 378 feet. Gives the Rays an 8-0 lead in the bottom of the 5th. So as of right now, it is 8.
A Carl Yastrzemski 8. And Antoine Walker 8.
Kristaps Porzingis.
A Kristaps Porzingis 8. A Kemba Walker 8. A Cam Neely 8. It's retired for him, right? There's no other 8. There hasn't been any 8 since then. I don't know about any 8s before then.
Stephon Diggs from the
Steph
Patriots.
Diggs 8. Good one. Good one. Let's see. Who else wore it on the Celtics? Scott Wedman. It doesn't matter. Yeah. Get it up to. All right. We got 9 dongs. At least 9 dongs.
We're on
what?
9.
What happened here?
We're on 9 right now because the home run was hit by
Brass Monkey. That monkey.
Mr. Max Muncy.
That's right. His 19th of the year against the Phillies. It went 421 feet. You know what that means?
Oh, yeah! Wow. Max Muncy.
The new Long Dong gone with a 2-run shot. Actually, a solo shot, excuse me. And no, it was a 2-run shot. Dodgers lead 2-1, top 4.
Max Muncy, the funky Muncy with the long dong. Congratulations, Mr. Monkey, on your Mr. Monkey. How about Mr. Muncy on your very long dong? All right, so we're up to 9. A Teddy Ball game, Ted Williams, number 9. A Rajon Rondo, number 9. A Derek White, number 9. Good one. Let's see. How about who else wore it for the Red Sox? Milt Palacio, 9. There's a guy I liked in the 90s who wore a 9 named Greg Minor, who I always thought was an underrated.
You know what? I got Rob sitting right over my shoulder. He just said Greg Minor.
Really?
Great minds think alike.
Absolutely they do, and so do ours. Johnny Busick died. Oh, my God. We should always do the Dong Report early because listen to all these late breakers. This is amazing.
So many late breakers. So now we are up to 10, and we are going to one of the games that actually didn't get started from the initial Dawn Report we had.
Okay.
We got to go to C.J. Abrams.
What you do to get you off? Taking down her hair like, oh my God.
His 23rd of the year, a 2-run shot, which went 423 feet.
Okay. So that's the new long dong?
I'm gonna double check my math real quick just to make sure. But right now the total is at 10, and I'm gonna give you some clarification.
10. All right, that's okay.
On if it's the new long dong gong.
Another long dong. Very nice. Congratulations now on your long dong. Number 10. A lot of Red Sox wore number 10. Trevor Story wears it now. I know that. But I also know that it was worn by David Price, Coco Crisp,
Kelly
number
Shopick.
10. Kelly Shopick. Good one. Scott Hatterberg 10. A Jose Iglesias 10. I'm running low now. Rich Gedman 10, I think. A lot of 10s. A lot of 10s in Red Sox history. Not a lot of 10s in Celtics history because I believe it's retired for JoJo White. Let's see. 10 for the Patriots. Oh, there's a ton of them. Ton of 10s. How about a Jimmy Garoppolo 10? How about a Josh Gordon 10? How about a Mac Jones 10?
This one's going to be a little outdated. Austin Collie.
Austin Collie 10.
He had like a
Drake May 10.
He had like a 3-game stint in I think it was that 2013 year with the Pats. Austin Collie.
Oh yeah, no question about it. Let's see. Bruins who wore 10. I can't think of any. I can't think of a single one. Anders Bjork.
I got to double check that one, but Rob had one for me. It was Barry Peterson.
A Barry Peterson 10. Good one. Very, very good. All right. Number is 10. All right. Let's see.
Rob also says Ken Hodge.
Ken Hodge. Good one. We can go outside of Boston here for 10, I'd say, because that's a big name. Obviously, Messi is 10. I think Pele was 10 as well. Eli Manning, 10. Tyreek Hill, 10. Also, let me think. Who else? There's got to be more 10.
DeAndre Hopkins, I believe, is a 10.
DeAndre Hopkins, 10. That sounds right. I think Fran Tarkenton was 10 as well. Clyde Frazier, 10. I feel like there's a lot more basketball 10s that I'm just stuck on right now. Can't think of them. What else you got for 10s? Anything coming in on the text line for 10s, Joe?
I don't have it on the text line, but on the Twitch chat, someone mentioned the 10 Commandments.
The 10 Commandments, very good. Those are important. I got some fun facts about the number 10 here, but I'm scared to get into them because then it could just go right to 11. Let's cut it off now. If there's any more late breakers, just keep them to yourself here, and we'll get into our fun facts about the number 10. Okay, I hate to do that. But at some point, we got to get to the fun facts. That's what the people are paying the money for, right? Of course. The number 10. The number 10, ladies and gentlemen, is the foundation of modern human civilization because it serves as the base of the decimal system we use every day. And because humans possess 10 fingers and 10 toes, our ancestors naturally structured all of our counting systems around groups of 10. 10 is the most important number that humanity has. So there's that. 10 is also a triangular number. You can stack 10 dots into a perfect equilateral triangle. It is a consecutive sum. If you add 1 to 2 to 3 to 4, that equals 10. If you add the first three prime numbers, 2, 3, and 5, that also uniquely totals 10. It is divisible by the sum of its own digits, making it a Harshad status. And 10 holds the title of being the very first double-digit number in the decimal system. Crabs, lobsters, and shrimp are decapods, meaning they naturally have 10 legs. A woman's total average height is roughly 10 times the length of her hand. It's a fact, look it up. In Olympics, gymnastics, and diving, a 10 represents absolute perfection and the highest possible score. The most famous address in the United Kingdom is 10 Downing Street, home to the British Prime Minister. And if you think that's all the 10s I have, you're wrong. The entire metric system relies on 10. Powers of 10 scale all measurements. The atomic number 10 belongs to neon, a glowing bright reddish orange when used in high voltage electrical discharge signs. Apollo 10, the world record for the fastest speed ever traveled by a human crew. And the decibel scale. Sound intensity doubles every 3 decibels, but every 10 decibels, it represents a 10-fold increase in acoustic energy. The Roman numeral for 10 is X. And public countdowns for rocket launches, New Year's Eve, and racing events almost universally start at the number 10. And that is all the time we have here tonight. Oh, I have a Bo Derek 10 from Kevin and Bill Ricca. Thank you. Very good one. And that's it for us here on the Christian Arcand Show.
It did go up to 11, by the way, Manny Machado.
Manny Machado?
Yeah, he
up to 11.
He hit his second one. So
a double dong night for Manny Machado, who screwed over Dustin Pedroia on that slide. And that's all for me tonight. Enjoy the rest of your evening. I'm back tomorrow. Red Sox pregame starting at 6:10. There will be a game before that at 1:35. Red Sox have a chance to get to 15 wins, and then tomorrow night a chance to set a new franchise record of 16 consecutive wins. But let's not get ahead of ourselves, eh? I'm Christian Arcand. This has been the Christian Arcand Show. Talk to you tomorrow at 6, right here on Boston Sports Original, WEEI. Good night now.
Riding it like a water slide.
Go away, go away. So tired of this. Freaking go away, you freak.
When equipment breaks down, every single second counts. So why is your maintenance team spending 60% of their time doing anything but turning wrenches? Maintain X is the AI-powered maintenance and asset management system that helps your team get back to fixing breakdowns. No more searching for manuals, hunting down parts, or drowning in paperwork. Join over 13,000 maintenance teams and try Maintain X for free today. Go to maintainx.com/AI. That's maintain the letter X.com/AI.
I'm Anna Garcia, host of True Crime News, the podcast. Every week, we bring you in-depth coverage on cases making headlines, as well as those that go under the radar. Tune in for murders that defy explanation, mysteries seeking exploration, and shocking secrets that will leave you breathless. Each week, we honor the victims by going beyond the salacious in our search for justice. Crime never stops, and neither do we. Listen to True Crime News, available now on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Men, if your energy is down, your workouts aren't producing results, you're gaining stubborn weight, losing muscle, sleeping poorly, or just not feeling like yourself anymore, it may be more than just aging. This is Dale for Northeast Men's Health. Our low T and body composition treatments are designed to help men regain energy, improve focus, sleep better, build lean muscle, reduce unwanted fat, and restore confidence both in and out of the gym. At Northeast Men's Health, we specialize in helping men optimize their health, performance, and vitality. Using personalized medical treatments tailored to your health and goals, many men begin noticing improvements in energy, mental clarity, recovery, motivation, libido, and overall body composition within just a few weeks. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes PSA and a T-test and a medical consult. And if you start on treatment the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 617-793-5000 or go to northeastmenshealth.com. We have 7 offices, including our new office in Bridgewater.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
From the Catches Law Injury Attorney Studios. Every game, all season, no subscription needed. The Sox play here. 93.7 WEEI-FM and HD1, Lawrence, Boston, and Odyssey Sports Station. This is the best of Boston Sports Original, WEEI.
Final hour here at your final hour. Christian Arcand Show, WEEI. We're live in our Catches Law Injury Attorney Studio. No fee unless you win. We are Boston Sports Original, and joining us right now on the guest hotline from Mass Live, the great Sean McAdam joins us here on the program. Sean, welcome. How was your time off?
Well, it's not over yet, Christian, but it's going well so far.
Very good. Good way to end.
I don't want to be premature and declare it a success yet, but
sounds good.
We've had a very nice week.
That's nice to hear. Good to get some time off. Good to miss that All-Star game, which was pretty lame. What'd you think of the home run derby without the clock?
I thought it was much better, much better rhythm. It just seemed like the players were hurried the last few years with the clock, and I thought it took away, it's supposed to be you don't want it to drag on forever, but you don't want to feel like you're watching guys go through some fire drill or anything while they're swinging for the fences 20 times. So I thought getting rid of the clock gave it back sort of a more natural, more enjoyable.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that made it much, much better. And I hated the end of those when they were all swinging like they were trying to chop down a tree. And you couldn't even see the ball land before they had to go back and try and swing at the end there. I thought that was great. And then all the goodwill got washed away by that awful All-Star game. But your colleague, Chris Cotillo, was in here last night, and he said that the talk of All-Star Week was the Boston Red Sox, and that the whole league is buzzing about them right now. Do you believe that buzz is legitimate, Sean? Do you think what we're seeing here is real?
I'm reserving judgment for now.
Okay.
I mean, I think they deserve a ton of credit for going 14-2 in that 16-game stretch. They deserve even more credit for a perfect road record. And I don't want to hear about the Mets aren't very good and the Angels are lousy. Both those things are true, but it is damn hard to go 9-0 on a road trip. I don't care who you're playing. So, that to me was a terrific stretch, but it's also those 16 games represent 1/10 of the season. So they have to do it for a longer period of time to fully convince me. They're going to have, I think, another 16 or 17 games before the trade deadline. And in many ways, those will be more important to what happens to them than the previous 16. It was nice that they went on that run, had some momentum to go into the All-Star break with. But if they turn around and go 7-10 here over the next 2.5 weeks, then they've undone all the goodwill that they put together before the break.
Yeah, no question. And I think that's a reasonable choice to make in terms of not committing one way or another. And I do think that there's a lot of truth to that. I mean, for the most part this year, this team has not looked like how they've looked over the last couple of weeks. They've looked much worse than that. and a 17-game stretch with the first 10 at home against teams that they've struggled against this year, and a bunch of injured starting pitching is just, I don't know. I feel like there was a lot, Sean, there's a lot of people coming out and nationally and being like, well, the Red Sox can't possibly sell now, like the trade deadline's tomorrow, and there's a lot of additional time. That being said, what in your mind is the principal difference between the way this team's playing now and the previous 3 months?
Well, it's been good really from the start, but it's been particularly good the last few weeks. I mean, they were getting what seemed like an automatic quality start almost every night on that road trip. But I think the big difference was that they started generating a little offense. I mean, they're not going to, they're not a historic lineup that is going to score 7 or 8 runs a night, but they were scoring early. They were giving their starting pitcher a little bit of a lead and a little bit of a comfort area. And when you climb out to, a 4-0 lead after the third or fourth inning, as they were doing with the Angels and even a couple of games in Chicago, then you're getting into that kind of soft white underbelly of other teams' bullpens, where you're getting their 5th and 6th inning guys who aren't their high leverage guys, aren't their closers, and you can keep building that lead and pull away a little bit, and then you start getting the chance to stay away from your high leverage guys, so you're not running Garrett Whitlock and Tyrone Guerrero and Aroldis Chapman out there 3 times in 4 nights. So, pitching and defense, all good, really, from the beginning, got better. But the big difference was, they've been getting some offensive contributions from guys who, let's face it, a lot of people hadn't heard of 2 short months ago. Anthony Siegler, just people that are stepping up and taking advantage of the opportunity and kind of playing them over their heads right now. And it's all, it comes at a time when they're doing everything right, whether it be base running, defense, starting pitching, bullpen, or offense.
Do you believe that Craig Breslow, who I think we all, a couple months ago anyway, were questioning if he would even survive up to this point, do you think that the opinion of Craig Breslow has changed? The opinion of the organization has of Craig Breslow, not so much maybe the fans or you or me. But do you think that that's evolved and changed at all over the course of these last couple weeks?
Maybe a little bit. I mean, I wrote a couple of weeks ago, and I think we talked about this when I was on with you last time, Christian. If you look back last winter, they've all pretty much worked out. He traded for Sonny Gray, that deal. He traded for Wilson. He made a trade that he needed to make to be able to get a big bat in the lineup, and got Wilson Contreras. That's worked out really well. Even the trade that people were giving a hard time about, the Caleb Durbin trade, looks a lot better now than it did a month or 6 weeks ago. Sure. So I would say the arrow is pointing up at when it comes to Craig Breslow. But the thing that, if we're looking for a pattern here with the job he's done now in his 3rd season, is that he's had much better off seasons than he has deadlines. You go back 2 years ago, it was the Crochet trade. It was the Chapman signing. It was the Bregman signing. And then the 2 trades and the agent signing that we had with this year with Suarez and Gray and Contreras, those are all great moves. The problem is he hasn't been able to move the needle at the deadline. So now the question is, if he's allowed to do that, and can he do it if given the leash to do it?
Are the Red Sox trying to tell you and all the other people on the beat to spread their propaganda about how much they're really trying to make a big swing at this deadline? Has that process already started?
There hasn't been, because I think everybody realizes that this thing is not going to really crystallize until we get into, the next week or so and get within 10 days of the deadline. The draft just took place last weekend. That had everybody focused around the game on trying to get through that That's been a major change in the baseball calendar the last, half dozen years or so, where it used to be that, the draft would happen in whenever it was, early June. And now that it comes essentially during the All-Star break, just gives them a reason to focus elsewhere, or at least have to address other responsibilities or their job. You're maybe cross-checking guys, particularly if you have a top 10 pick. You're focused on what the organization needs. You're going over scouting reports. It's a little hard to jump ahead and focus on the deadline, but we're there now. And, one game tonight, and everybody else starts playing again tomorrow. I would expect we're going to start hearing more talk about who's being aggressive, who's looking for what, and what a particular team's strategy is. But we haven't had a whole lot of that because they've been preoccupied with other things.
Sure. And we'll certainly have you on closer to the trade deadline, and we'll get more in depth about that. But before we let you go here tonight, Sean, we just had, during the All-Star break, a lot of outlets, and we did it here too, doing superlatives and, taking into account what this first half of the season was like. And when it comes to that, you always get things like biggest disappointment or, least pleasant surprise. And right at the top of a lot of those was Roman Anthony and the season and the injury and just how long it's dragged out, now sort of getting banished down to Florida to work out whatever it is here with his finger. What intel do you have on Roman Anthony? And when I ask that, I mean not just on the injury or what the whole meaning of this was, sending him down to Florida, but intel maybe on the disappointment or the level of disappointment that the team has with him right now.
Well, is we don't really have much in the way of a timetable for his return. Every time we ask, and we do on a daily basis of Chad Tracy, what's new with Anthony? And he'll say status quo, which means he's not yet swinging again. And everyone realizes until he at least gets to that point, it's kind of pointless to talk about when he might be back and what sort of impact he might have when he does return. So that part is moving very slowly. Now, in truth, we haven't been able to get an update for the last 3 or 4 days because everyone's been off or everyone's kind of gone their own way during the break. And we don't have, maybe they'll walk in tomorrow morning and say, yeah, Roman's been hitting for 2 or 3 days now in Fort Myers. He feels great. And he's, hitting off a tee, hitting off live pitching. And everybody's going to start wondering how soon he can get back. But the larger question is, as you were hinting at, why send him to Fort Myers? And I think it came, and I'm not the only person to interpret it this way. I think it came as a bit of a wake-up call because I think there was some concern about some of the distractions up here, the focus, and it's kind of like, okay, you're not really moving forward up here. You're getting to hang out with your teammates. You're here with the best, facilities and trainers and medical staff, and we're not moving much here. So how about you go to Fort Myers where it is 98 degrees every friggin' day, and it's not the most fun place to be in the middle of the summer. And it did seem like we're sending a message with that move.
Yeah, I have it on good authority that Anthony requested to go there to get away from having to see Rob Bradford every day. That was the story I was told.
You can hardly blame him for that, but I don't know if that was the whole equation.
Okay, well, I'm glad to have at least some confirmation there. Sean McAdam, great to talk with you as always. We'll talk again soon here as we get closer to the deadline. Thanks so much.
All right, Christian. Thanks for having me.
All right, that is Sean McAdam, Mass Live, joining us here on the Christian Arcand Show. Great stuff. A little bit later than we usually talk to him, but if he's available, then I'll talk to Sean. And some good intel there at the end about Roman Anthony for sure.
When equipment breaks down, every single second counts. So why is your maintenance team spending 60% of their time doing anything but turning wrenches? MaintainX is the AI-powered maintenance and asset management system that helps your team get back to fixing breakdowns. No more searching for manuals, hunting down parts, or drowning in paperwork. Join over 13,000 maintenance teams and try MaintainX for free today. Go to maintainx.com/AI. That's maintain and the letter x.com/AI.
You are listening to the best of WEEI. WEEI, Boston. Boston Sports Original.
It is 9:30. Normally, come out of that break and you hear the beautiful voice of one Christopher Scheim singing about dongs. Hear a little White Stripes. Hear a little Ken Laird. Hear a little Will Fleming. Hear a lot of Will Fleming, actually. We play a lot of Will Fleming. And then you hear drops all through the rest of the show. Talk about numbers. Really is quite compelling radio, if I do say so myself. But since there are no baseball games today, and not just no baseball games, but also no home run contests to tell you about, there was one dong hitting the game last night, but we can't do a whole dong report on one dong from one game. Miguel Vargas, congratulations. Yippity-doo. It doesn't even really count, so it's not really a dong. That's not true. All dongs are dongs. All-Star game dongs are dongs. But since we don't have a dong report here for you,